Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1231 of the War News Stream. We've got some very big news from pretty much every front tonight. We've seen the U.S. restart full military aid to Ukraine this evening. We've also seen Iraq descend into chaos today. Also, massive Ukrainian drone attacks are ongoing on Russia, and a Chinese naval ship attacked a NATO plane near Yemen, and things have changed extremely fast today. We've got very big news to cover. It's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we've been able to get official confirmation today that the United States of America, by orders of the Office of the President, will be resuming military aid to the state of Ukraine effective immediately, as statements have been made showing the lack of good faith and good standing that the Russian Federation has had with with American negotiating teams and diplomatic delegations sent prior to attempt a ceasefire in the war in Ukraine. And we have now been able to hear that, according to the words of the President, Putin is, and I quote, full of bullshit. We have also been able to hear additional news and details as well, that the Russian State Duma has now made it incredibly clear that they are viewing a war in Europe to be an inevitable certainty, and have stated that the Russian Federation is taking all available efforts and measures to be able to prepare for a larger conflict across the face of continental Europe, meaning NATO may be drawn into a war here within the next year or two's time. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that the Ukrainian drone forces has been heavily hitting the Russian Federation over the course of the day, including Russian staging areas in Rilisk and others, and we've also been able to hear, outside of that the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hold their front lines today, have pushed the Russians back in the Sumy Oblast, and have also been able to continue to shoot down a significant amount of incoming drones and air targets fired by the Russian Federation, with more U.S. air support and defensive surface-to-air missile defense support on the way. We have also been able to hear additional details as well within northern Iraq that the Iraqi Kurds have begun a civil war for the large part, with two of the largest families within the region going at each other's throats. It appears that the entire area may be be engulfed in battle at the moment. We have been able to hear that the Republic of Turkey's Air Force has arrived within the area of northern Iraq with around 22 aircraft present as of last report, and we have also been able to hear that the Iraqi army of the Republic of Iraq has been sent northwards into the Kurdish territories to attempt to bring stability or to attempt to peacekeep the area and stop the fighting between the two large Kurdish families. We have also been able to hear, meanwhile, outside of that news, inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, that the People's Republic of China has provided the Islamic Republic of Iran with large caliber strategic air defense systems of the HQ-9B variety. We have also been able to hear additional news as well from French intelligence that they state that most nuclear materials and enriched uranium was destroyed, but the little that remains is still within the control and possession of the Iranian central government. We have also been able to hear that the Israelis have continued their airstrikes against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, and not only that, we have also been able to get further information about the developing situation, or more so the rapidly devolving situation inside the southern Red Sea, as we were able to get picture and video evidence provided by the Yemeni Houthis showing the capture and destruction and further sinking of the Magic Seas, which was apprehended by the Yemeni Houthis several days ago in an act of piracy and destroyed in the southern Red Sea within international waters. We were also able to confirm that an Ethiopian-flagged vessel has actually suffered severe damage, with 3 crew members killed and 2 wounded in an attack that was reported just yesterday, 24 hours ago. We've also been able to hear that the People's Republic of China has been directly involved in trying to impede Western activities in opening up the international waters and freedom of navigation within the southern Red Sea, as a Chinese frigate today shined a laser into the cockpit of a German A400M transport aircraft, which was conducting maritime patrol operations, and nearly blinded the pilots, leading to a disastrous outcome. Meanwhile, we've also been able to hear, outside of that news, that the People's Republic of China has unveiled a new J-20B aircraft, and there's been a decent amount of other developments that have occurred over the past 48 hours as well. But today is an absolutely massive news day, and we are seeing that once again the situation is continuing to devolve, and really at this point, while the United States cannot control the direction that the world is heading in, we can largely try and dictate the outcome of these multiple scenarios and incidents that are now popping up on a nearly daily basis. But moving us into the largest piece of news that we have been able to hear today, we have been able to hear that the Russian State Duma has made it incredibly clear that a war in Europe is coming. According to information that was provided by the Lieutenant General of the Reserve of the Russian Federation, the State Duma said that war with Europe is inevitable and there is no other option. The date of the war was named by the Deputy Lieutenant General of the Reserve in an interview with Zargrad, which is a Russian-based newspaper. It does appear that at this point, it's become quite evident that not even in Dmitry Medvedev's words, but in the majority of the statements made by the State Duma, which is the Russian equivalent of a Congress or Parliament, that a war with Europe is viewed an inevitable certainty within Russian governmental circles, and at this point, it is only a matter of when, not a matter of if, when a war with the Russian Federation will begin. This has also happened only not too long after the statement was made by the President of the United States that military aid to the state of Ukraine will be resuming effective immediately. We were actually able to get a decent amount of statements that were made directly by the President of the United States, and from what I could tell, these appear to be copyright free. And instead of trying to tell you all the words that he said, I'm simply going to show you all the statements themselves so that way they can be taken at face value. I once again want to make this incredibly clear that we are not supporting nor condemning the President of the United States for any actions or statements that he makes. This channel is pro-American and pro-Western, but does not get involved in domestic politics, so we are simply assessing and showing the video to show the statements of the President of the United States that were made today in regards to the foreign policy situations overseas in Eastern Europe. And here is the footage.
We're not also real quick, just to give a preface to this, just to make sure we're adhering to copyright standards and things like that. This video right here is going to show the president speaking about the current situation today with Vladimir Putin and his comments on Vladimir Putin, and we're showing it specifically to make commentary on it, so that way we can tell you about the audience about what's happening with this footage.
And without further ado, here's the footage.
We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people. And a lot of them are his soldiers and their soldiers, mostly. And it's now up to 7,000 a week. And I'm not happy with Putin. Okay, any questions? Yes.
We're going to end that clip largely right there, as it does appear that that was the general statement that was made so far by the president. We were able to get additional information as well that apparently the aid that was supposedly stopped, at least recently, was stopped by the Pentagon without orders of the office of the president. We are not entirely sure as to the validity of this information, but it does appear that the president's decision to send more defensive weapons to Ukraine came after he privately expressed frustration with the Pentagon, more specifically the Secretary of Defense, for announcing a pause in some deliveries last week, a move that he felt wasn't properly coordinated with the White House, according to 3 people who were familiar with the matter but did not disclose their names. We have also been able to see that at the same time, while these statements are being made by the president today, it does appear that there is a high level of activity at the Pentagon, as our pizza meters are reporting an increased amount of traffic, at least in the orders and numbers of citizens or personnel that are ordering pizzas at the local Papa John's and Domino's pizza chains, which is largely showing that the actions that are happening in the Pentagon may be preparatory actions to resume the logistical supply chain that the United States had previously laid out in the former administration to continue to support the state of Ukraine, as we are quite clearly starting to show that the Russian Federation will not be negotiated with so far on ending the conflict. We have also been able to hear that there has been a significant change, at least in leading members of the president's current political party, on the situation inside of Ukraine, which is largely starting to show that there is a decent analysis shift, or a quite significant one, that is currently happening within the dominant party in the United States currently. As a U.S. representative, or largely U.S. Political affiliate of the current majority party, stated that Putin is making it very clear that any truce in Ukraine will come only when he is defeated. We talk, he kills Ukrainians. We talk some more, he kills more Ukrainians. He has openly said he wants to destroy Ukraine, and that is his war aim. A combined Ukrainian-U.S.-European effort will be needed to defeat him badly enough that he wants a ceasefire, or as it was said here by Tindar, a creasefire. Until then, he will keep lying and killing. An additional statement was made, also adding, we don't need a single American military person fighting in Ukraine. We do not need to provide advanced weapons in quantity. We do need to provide advanced weapons in quantity, permission to hit against military targets in Russia, and vastly expanded sanctions against Russia. Only then will a ceasefire be possible. It does appear that, at least at the moment, for the majority party in the United States, which currently holds a majority in most houses of Congress as well as the office of the president, that there is now a significant shift in thinking that's happening pretty much over just the past 72 hours that is now showing that they are seeing that the Russian Federation, much like the last administration's conclusion, is inconsolable with an attempt to end the conflict, and instead the only option that the United States has is to continue to press forward and attempt to defeat the Russians by our support to the state of Ukraine, and eventually the Russians may be weakened or softened up through heavy bombardments into taking a ceasefire seriously. But considering the statements that were made by the Russian State Duma, which actually came after the statements that were made by the President of the United States today, making it incredibly clear that the United States will resume its support to the state of Ukraine in full and allow them to continue their actions against the Russian Federation in their defense, it is starting to become a little bit clear that the Russian Federation, at least at the moment, is not really looking at this seriously still, and is still largely trying to trifle or play games with the greater Western world, or the United States of America in particular. And this is leading a lot of people to talk about the statement that the Russian State Duma made today, stating that war with Europe at large is practically inevitable at this point. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the Russian State Duma made an absolutely wild statement today about they're ready for war with Europe, and it's inevitable, and they say there's no other option other than to go to war with Europe as the Russian Federation. So that's absolutely insane for them to say that, but what are your thoughts about that wild statement? And it looks like about 44% of the audience said Russia is just bluffing the West, while 34% said Russia is seriously ready for war, and 16% said it's a real 50-50 chance. And on this one, honestly, I would say that Russia probably is not bluffing. All the intelligence and all the indications is that Russia is actively preparing for war with NATO. And some people are going to say, well, how can they fight a war with NATO when they can't even handle Ukraine? And you would be right in believing that. But the catch is, though, all they have to do, like the enforcer's been saying, and like I've been saying for quite some time, all they have to do is start a skirmish with the Baltic states, and then they've created a shitstorm, for a lack of better words, involving NATO and Russia. And at that that point, of course, they're feeling emboldened because China, who's their buddy right now, is giving them basically permission and the green light to know that Russia will be backed up in the event that happens with Chinese support. So that's very concerning as well. We heard a statement from the NATO secretary yesterday about the close Russia and Chinese involvement and coordination around a potential war involving Asia and also Europe as well. So not good. I would say I'm with the 35%. I think Russia is serious. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd also have to say that I'm with the 35% that the Russian Federation is largely serious about this at the moment, as it does appear quite obvious that the Russian Federation has been building up in the background for some sort of an eventual war with Europe. I'm actually going to guide y'all through a lot of the examples that we have off of prior Russian actions in just the past year and a half that are clearly showing that there is a significant shift in the Russian governmental mindset that a war with Europe may actually be possible or even inevitable within the near future. One of the most important ones that I can show y'all is the Russian military districts map, and I show this a lot, but it is one that largely shows us exactly what the Russians are planning. Military districts in most countries, or what we call in the United States command areas of responsibility, like CENTCOM, INDOPACOM, EUCOM, NORTHCOM, are all made with specific missions or largely objectives in mind. Recently, the Russian Federation actually divided the Central Military District, which comprised of the Leningrad Military District and the Moscow Military District, into two, creating the map that we currently see today. If you will notice something important about this map, you will notice that the Leningrad Military District is the only existent military district in the Russian Federation currently whose borders are solely with NATO countries. And really quickly, let me go through the list here, and I'll show you all of the countries that Leningrad Military District borders. They border a very small part of Norway and Finland, as well as all of the Baltic states, including Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and also Poland, as well as the Kaliningrad Oblast was actually included into the Leningrad Military District's borders or area of control. This is showing that the Leningrad Military District, as far as its design and its general expected mission statement, would be to prepare for an eventual conflict with NATO and also build up forces for that conflict, with the Moscow Military District now playing a supporting role to the Southern Military District, charged with the responsibility for continuing the war in Ukraine, as well as the Leningrad Military District, which could begin a war with NATO. We have also been able to hear over time quiet murmurings and reports from intelligence bureaus that are showing that the Russian Federation is moving towards that aim at some point in the future. And of course, we'll get into all of the practical difficulties that the Russians will have in a second. We do know that there are around 450 to 500,000 Russian soldiers or Russian service members of the Russian armed forces that are currently inside of the Kaliningrad Oblast. And we've also been able to see a buildup of around 140,000 Russian soldiers along the Finnish border at multiple different forward operating bases and facilities that have been built just miles away from the Finnish border. And we've also been able to hear of larger, significant Russian airlift activity occurring near to the areas of Estonia and Latvia, as well as occasional errant drones, quote-unquote, that have flown across the Latvian border and have even hit near to the town of Resigne. We have also seen that the Russian Federation has ramped up its rhetoric in the past year and a half against the Baltic states in particular, all of this largely leading us to believe, off of these sporadic bits of information that we get, that the Russian Federation is clearly working towards an eventual war with Europe. However, there are a lot of issues with attempting to push forward a conflict like that. Primarily, the fact that the Russian Federation's military has been absolutely wrecked, more so, or had havoc wreaked upon it inside of Ukraine. A large amount of Russia's most elite military units have suffered significant casualties and are hardly at the combat efficiency or training level or equipment standard level that they had at the beginning of the war in 2022. Most importantly, Russian logistics are absolutely bare bones at this point, and we are believing that the Russian Federation's logistical abilities are minimal at best, as we usually see that supply shortages are heavy, and also any form of motorization in the Russian army is non-existent, at least within some specific divisions or brigades that we are currently seeing engaged inside of Ukraine. However, the issue with the Russian Federation is that they do not require a sizable or competent conventional force to be able to conduct a conflict with NATO at large. Largely, they can conduct a war with NATO in the current situation they are in right now, and largely attempt to try and gain a significant amount of territory within the opening few weeks or days of that conflict. The Russian Federation's front lines would largely be stabilized nearly immediately within the first opening weeks by NATO forces, and NATO forces would most likely start to begin mass aerial bombardments over the next months or weeks, attempting to weaken the Russian forces that the United States and the rest of Europe will be going up against. Eventually, after those airstrikes would be conducted, counterattacks would occur, where we would see that the Russians' territorial gains would cease to exist, and they would start to be pushed back into Russia. The issue with that, however, is that while NATO could win in a longer, prolonged conventional conflict, or even a shorter conventional conflict, the Russian Federation is able to threaten the use of tactical nuclear weapons or strategic nuclear weapons if they were to face a defeat that, in the Russians' words, would pose an existential threat to the Russian state. This means that the Russian Federation can threaten the use of conventional, largely nuclear weapons, which are an unconventional weapon, but generally they could threaten the use of tactical and strategic nuclear weapons, which pretty much forces the West into a stalemate with the Russians because of the mutually assured destruction doctrine that the United States has against the Russian Federation and against any hostile nuclear armed powers in the world. With this in mind, the Russian Federation may actually be able to force the West to the negotiating table under the threat of assured mutual nuclear destruction, and try and see that there is some sort of a white peace or some sort of a concession that is given to the Russian Federation inside the state of Ukraine and inside of Western Europe at large. The situation is incredibly precarious, at least at the moment. And if the Russian Federation does attempt to move forward with this sort of a conflict in Europe, we could see that nuclear war, or at least tactical nuclear exchanges on the front line, would not be that much farther away, most likely only months away from the opening of that conflict. So with this in mind, I actually would say that I would be with a 35% that are saying that the Russian Federation is actually looking to cause a war in Europe, because based off of that running strategy, even though they would lose a conventional war, they could end up creating a stalemate or a small victory for themselves with the threat of the use of nuclear arms. At least if the United States
also,
Go ahead.
And also, by the way, Enforcer, if Russia decides they want to invade Europe, and we're hearing about this coordination behind the scenes with China and also Russia as well, China could simply tell Russia, hey, look, we want to invade Taiwan. We're about ready to pull this off. And if you're ready to invade NATO, I'm just about to walk right into a World War scenario. So we might as well do it at the exact same time and go ahead and do it coordinated with each other instead of doing it on our own tables where we're not on the same page. Because, of course, when they do things together, they can spread the United States more thin. And that might be a huge motivator as well, which could cause Russia to speed up their attack on the Baltic state if they decide to do that, depending on when China wants to attack one of the Taiwanese islands.
It does appear that that may actually be a likelihood, but we'll still have to wait and see. It could be possible that the Russian Federation will start a conflict in Europe even before the Chinese invade Taiwan, as the results of that conflict would still be pretty damaging, at least to the U.S. force posturing within Indo-PACOM's area of responsibility, because the United States would most likely start to massively arm and bolster U.S. garrisons and bases in Eastern Europe and throughout the whole of Europe, even if the conflict ended before an invasion of Taiwan, meaning that a large bulk of U.S. fighting forces, at least ground forces, would still be inside of Europe if a war in Taiwan kicked off with the Chinese. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes, but it's still a very precarious sort of a situation that we're seeing at the moment, and one that is starting to shape up to be largely inevitable, at least at the moment from what we're able to see. I would actually have to tell y'all that, as far as I've been saying throughout most of the news coverage on this channel, we've always said that World War is years away at best. I would actually have to tell y'all that World War, at least at the moment, is actually within sight, probably within the next 2 years at this moment, because of how precarious the foreign policy situation is right now. So either the United States can play its cards incredibly well and we can somehow avoid a world war, or we are pretty much guaranteed to be in some sort of a larger global conflict at some point here within the next 2 to 3 years. It's a high likelihood at this point. But moving on from that and on into other major news that we have also been able to hear throughout the course of the day, we have been able to hear that there has been a large amount of battles that have broken out just recently within northern Iraq. But one thing I do want to show y'all really quickly is a little bit of an interim between the Russian and the Iraqi news, is more so the developments that we've been hearing of Chinese involvement inside of the Middle East in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran as well as the Yemeni Houthis within the southern Red Sea. Well, you've actually been able to hear just a short while ago that the People's Republic of China has actually provided the Islamic Republic of Iran with HQ-9B surface-to-air missile systems. But before we move on to that, we have been able to hear a lot of people talking about the United States officially restarting military aid to Ukraine just today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are people thinking about the comments that the president made about the president of the Russian Federation earlier today?
Okay, so before we move on to our Middle Eastern news for just a quick second here, we do have one last question about the situation here in Ukraine, because of course we saw today U.S. officials restarted military aid to Ukraine in a very big and bold move, and the U.S. president called Putin's talk, literally called it bullshit. And what are your thoughts about that? So 43% said Putin is going to react by becoming very aggressive toward the United States, while 37% said Putin's going to try to play the victim card and try to keep the talks going for as long as he can, and 13% said the U.S. will change its mind soon anyway, and it's going to be a non-issue. Now, a lot of people are saying that maybe the U.S. will change its mind soon. I really doubt that it is, because like we've said before, Putin is not giving the United States president an option to change his mind. Putin is backing the U.S. president into a corner, and no matter how the U.S. president tries to sell it, there's really no way to sell it in a way that would make sense to keep giving Putin leeway to keep talking. It wouldn't make any sense whatsoever, because Putin is basically making the president look bad, just to put it in simple terms, honestly. It makes him look very bad, actually. So now the U.S. president has to do something, but now Putin is going to have to do something as well, because restarting military aid to Ukraine, that's going to be devastating to the Russians. So in my opinion, I would say I believe Putin's going to become aggressive, because if he believes there's no chance at talking any further, why would he keep trying to be passive or try to be a victim? He wouldn't have any reason to do that. And Putin is a strategist at heart, even though he's a bad strategist. He still is one nonetheless. And I think he's going to get aggressive to hopefully scare the U.S. president out of taking action against Russia. So I'm with the 43%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 43% as well. We'll most likely see that the Russian Federation becomes far more aggressive, as that is usually the average Russian foreign policy play style, is that when confronted, they get more aggressive. Usually, it's honestly the best way to describe it, it's a pissing contest of aggressiveness, and we just have to keep matching the Russians' aggressiveness with even further aggressiveness, and eventually they'll blink and back off, much like they did in the Cuban Missile Crisis, Operation Able Archer, and other high-tension scenarios that happened during the Cold War. Usually, the response is to just keep escalating until they get scared of what we're going to do to them, and then they'll eventually try and back off and get to a negotiating table. But trying to jump off ahead of the Russians is a sign of weakness that they will take advantage of. So while the Russians will become more aggressive, the answer isn't to back off, it's actually to double down and become even more aggressive on our end in response until they eventually respect the strength of the United States, and then they back off and decide to reach out to us with a negotiation attempt. But still, beyond that, I am going to be moving y'all down into the Middle East to tell y'all a little bit of interesting information about the People's Republic of China's involvement inside of the area at the moment. We will be getting to the heavy battles in northern Iraq here in just a moment. I'm sure that many of y'all have heard about that today, and it really does look like hell has opened up in northern Iraq. But outside of that, we have been able to hear of the People's Republic of China actually providing the Islamic Republic of Iran with HQ-9B long-range air defense systems. It is actually not the systems that are in this picture here, but we were able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran was provided with the system. The system in question is actually this one right here. It is the HQ-9, and let me see if I can show y'all a decent picture of this. Y'all may realize that this looks a lot, it actually looks almost identical to an S-300 missile system, and that's generally because this is China's equivalent to an S-300 missile defense system. The HQ-9s have a range, at least stated, or the HQ-9B in particular, of 160 miles, but we generally understand that that range is not that great, at least from what we've been able to see in the war in Ukraine with Russian air defense systems and their advertised range, which is also incredibly similar. It does appear that the HQ-9, if heavily based off the S-300, most likely has a range of around 190 miles, which makes it incredibly analogous to that of the Patriot air defense system inside the United States. Although accuracy of these sorts of systems is dubious. We have seen that the S-300 and S-400 air defense systems while in limited number in the Russian Federation, have also had a very limited amount of efficiency or efficacy in a battlefield scenario. We've seen that they do not really shoot down or intercept a large amount of incoming Ukrainian air targets or aircraft, and for that reason, we are actually starting to believe that the HQ-9 and S-300 missile systems as a whole may not be as competent or capable as Western air defense systems like the Patriot or THAAD systems, which are used heavily by Western nations. Nevertheless, we are hearing that they did provide these to the Islamic Republic of Iran, which could provide them with an additional amount of air defense against future American and Israeli attacks. But the truth of the matter is that the Iranians already had a pretty substantive air defense network of different types of air defense launchers of the strategic and tactical varieties, and we never saw any of them being used ever in the last engagements in the 12-day war that the Israelis had with the Iranians and the United States had with the Iranians. We have never seen any of them being used. And really quickly, let me go show y'all Iranian army equipment, because I have to prove this to y'all, because if y'all were watching the 12-day war, y'all would have said, wow, it looks like Iran has absolutely no air defense abilities whatsoever, but they technically do. They actually have quite a substantive number of them, but let me go see if I can find this for y'all and show it. So let's see here, artillery. It's most likely going to be on the artillery category, and then anti-air, sort of a role. Here we go. Let's see, we should be getting to it here incredibly soon. Okay, here we go. So here is the air defense. So they actually have some fairly advanced air defense systems, at least from what you would have seen in the 12-day war. They have the Arman, which is their version of, I guess the best way to explain this thing is like a cheap ripoff Patriot. It has a range of about 180 kilometers, so it is actually comparable to that of the Patriot system, at least in its advertised range. They also have the Bavar 373, which has an even longer range. This is equivalent to a Patriot Pack 2, if you wanted to give a decent comparable comparison. They also have the HQ-9Bs, which were just stated to have arrived earlier today. They also have some S-300s. We didn't see any of those present in the air defense of Iran recently. They also have a couple of S-400s. They actually have 8 regiments of S-400 air defense systems. We didn't see any of those operational either. They also have the Sayad 2, which is carried on that launcher in the background. Fairly similar to that of the S-300, S-400 in terms of its range and abilities, but they have a very extensive amount of strategic caliber or heavy caliber surface-to-air missile defense systems. We didn't see a single one of them in use prior on the attacks that the Israelis were conducting against Iran, and this is leading us to believe that the Islamic Republic of Iran does not have the necessary training for their air defense forces or generally their air defense network to be able to operate those properly, and for that reason they were not used. So while the Islamic Republic of Iran has been provided HQ-9Bs, their ability to operate in a hypothetical future attack by the Israelis or the United States is somewhat unlikely, as we did not see their use in the 12-day war, which if the Iranians were able to use them, they would have used them heavily, because we were able to see that a high number of top-level officials in Iran were taken out, along with military bases and key nuclear facilities that were destroyed by the Israelis and the United States combined. If they would have used an air defense system like that, they would have used it then. And so it does appear that while they are getting HQ-9Bs, their efficiency under Iranian control is going to be minimal to none. But still, it is showing Chinese involvement.
Also, I got a good question here from the audience, from Gremlins. He said, who is manning these Chinese systems? Is it going to be the Iranians? And how did they get trained so fast to even operate these systems?
It appears that the training may have been going on for some time. This may have been something that was kept on the down low between Iran and China, or the training may be occurring while inside of Iran after the delivery of the systems has occurred by Chinese liaisons or technicians that are going to Iran to show the Iranians how to operate the system. We're not entirely sure which, and depending on which, the air defense systems may technically be operational now, or they may become operational within a couple of months, which the window of opportunity to actually use them will have most likely passed by then. But I can't really say that with a great deal of certainty because we're not entirely sure. There hasn't been a public answer on that yet.
Yeah, that'd be a very good question to get an answer to, because I was thinking that too when Gremlins asked that question in the live chat. I was thinking, is China sent over people to train the Iranians on that system, or did they send Chinese operators over with the systems themselves? Because surely they didn't learn how to use it that quick. So unless they're just sitting around learning how to use it, like literally right this second, or they're already functional, I would imagine they're already functional, is my guess, because they need them quick, because Israel could attack any moment. So I don't know. Like, that's a good question right there. China is getting knee deep in Iran to a point where it's becoming extremely concerning. They're giving them equipment, they're potentially training them, and they're also, when we'll get to this very shortly, they're firing lasers at German planes flying over the Red Sea. So they're running interference as well. It's really disturbing to see how deep China's getting in to the Middle East.
And they really are. We also were able to hear French intelligence stated today that a decent amount of the uranium or highly enriched uranium that Iran had was destroyed in the prior strikes by the Israelis in the United States, while the rest remain in the hands of Iranian authorities, however much that may be. But that's now the French, and they're weighing in on the situation and what happened with the enriched uranium. Outside of that, we are now going to be moving on down into the area of the southern Red Sea, as we were able to confirm through picture and video evidence that the Yemeni Houthis are raining hell on commercial shipping right now in international waters in the southern Red Sea. Starting with our first story that we got out of the Red Sea, we were able to see that the Magic Seas was attacked and destroyed by the Yemeni Houthis, which we can actually see in a clip here published by none other than the Yemeni Houthis themselves. We'll be showing the footage to y'all here, showing the Houthis commandeering the vessel, planting explosives on board, detonating them at strategic locations in the watertight holds, and sinking the vessel within hours of its capture in international waters. We can actually see here the drone taking video of the Magic Seas after it's been stopped by the Houthis, and we believe that it's already been boarded at the point that this drone video was being made. And this clearly is showing us that this is the Magic Seas, the Liberian flag Greek registered vessel that appeared to have been owned by an Israeli company that was apparently actually commandeered by the Houthis, which we can see on board here, running around and playing tag, as they're about to plant explosives on board and detonate the vessel.
It's kind of interesting how the Houthis literally bring their own like film crew along, like to film it like a movie or something. They're more concerned with how it looks on camera than they are actually like taking a ship. It looks like.
Honestly, that's honestly the straight up truth. We see this guy here looking over the deck. We can see them doing a little chant. You know, they got to do the whole thing. They gotta knock off the union required like examples in film. You know, they have a union, a Houthi union in Yemen, so they have to make sure to knock off all the checks and the check marks. But we can see here.
So you did say that at this point the crew had been evacuated off the ship, because we were told there was an armed security team on board this vessel, and they were armed to the teeth. So they must have already evacuated.
So from what we understand, the vessel came under RPG attack, and the crew evacuated while the vessel was under RPG attack, pretty much leaving it adrift in the open sea for the Houthis to then try and commandeer later. You can actually see what appears to be some visible damage from an RPG attack that occurred on the bulk carrier Magic Seas right here in this part of the clip. And you can also see them detonating their explosives that they planted on board the vessel, and soon after this, the vessel would then rapidly sink.
That's wild. That's kind of crazy too. They didn't try to steal this vessel; they just blew it up this time. Unlike the Galaxy Leader, they actually stole that one.
Yeah, it appears that they are trying to send a message that they are going to be stopping and destroying any ships that pass through the area, which once again, we have to look at the aggressiveness of the message they're trying to send. They're trying to show to companies that would be transiting this area, you're not even going to have a chance of getting the ship back. We're not even keeping them. We're just flat out destroying them at this point. Most likely to try and force everyone to go around the Cape of Africa instead of going through the Suez Canal instead.
Oh wow, look at that! The whole thing is going down nice and even. Oh, wow. That's insane to see that, honestly.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts.
I don't think I've ever seen a ship sink quite like that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, you know,
I hate that it happened to somebody's ship. Like, obviously, that is a big money loss right there, but that's fascinating to see on camera.
Yeah, you can also see the life rafts, or the inflatable life rafts, actually inflate and float back up to the surface there at the end. They're designed to do that. That doesn't mean that there was any crew members left on board. All of the crew members were recovered safely and had not been taken captive by the Houthis. We were able to confirm that from rescue efforts in the area. But these life rafts are actually made to automatically deploy if they're submerged in water. You can actually see that they deployed and then floated to the surface right off the sides of the superstructure at the stern of the vessel. So a little bit interesting with that. But beyond that, we were also able to hear, following up with another story that we reported on this channel yesterday, that there was a second attack on another vessel, the Liberian-flagged Eternity Sea, which actually ended up coming under attack. It was not commandeered by the Houthis, but we were able to hear that 3 crew members of the vessel were killed during the attack, along with 2 being injured by the Houthi attack on the vessel, according to European Union naval forces within the region. It is becoming increasingly clear that the Yemeni Houthis are conducting a reign of piracy within the southern Red Sea, attacking, destroying, and commandeering multiple vessels within the area, and not only that, killing crew members on board as well. As 3 crew members were killed on board the Eternity Sea, as opposed to the Magic Seas, where all crew members were able to evacuate safely and make it to some sort of a rescue effort, which was then coordinated at a later time, several hours after the vessel had been commandeered by the Houthis. It does seem that it's quite clear at this point that it is a concerted effort by the Houthis themselves to try and stop all shipping through the southern Red Sea again, and making it incredibly clear that the United States air operations priorly conducted and declared a victory against the Houthis, which were supposed to open up the freedom of navigation with this area, is once again a failure. It does not appear that no matter how many times we strike the Yemeni Houthis by the air through airstrikes, they will continue to cause acts of piracy in the southern Red Sea as long as the group exists. We also were able to hear something else even more concerning, that apparently the People's Republic of China, and a vessel that sailed out from Djibouti just earlier today, actually fired a laser at a German Air Force aircraft flying over the Red Sea. The German aircraft was actually playing an important role in the European Union military mission, Aspirants, meant to stop the Houthi attacks. China has been helping the Iranians and the Yemeni Houthis, as well as Russia, against the European Union and against Western interests at large. From what we largely understand, the vessel, the aircraft that came under attack by the laser today was actually an A400M Atlas of the German Luftwaffe. You can actually see a picture of one right here. The aircraft was largely conducting some form of maritime patrol operation when it came under attack by the laser. From what we were able to hear, the laser was aimed at the cockpit, attempting to blind the pilots and pretty much render the plane inoperable or force it into the water below, pretty much in a crash, killing all the crew members and losing the aircraft. Luckily, the German pilots were not blinded, but they did report that the Chinese were using lasers aimed at the aircraft to try and blind the pilots and pretty much force it to crash into the Red Sea below. This is clearly once again showing us that the People's Republic of China isn't just a neutral observer at this point of world affairs. They are attempting to actively get involved, not only with the Islamic Republic of Iran, but with their proxies, the Houthis, as well, in supporting their operations against American and Western interests, and also against the United States and our commercial interests at large within the region. We have been able to hear in the meantime, however, that the USS Nimitz and the USS Carl S. Vinson are still within CENTCOM's area of responsibility somewhere in the Middle East, but we do not know where they are at the moment, specifically in the Middle East, or what their standing orders are, at least at this moment. But it does appear that, at least for right now, the People's Republic of China is taking a clear and open supporting role with the Islamic Republic of Iran and their terrorist forces throughout the region against the United States and the West at large. The issue is, what should the United States or the Greater West interpret this action by the Chinese as? And it appears that a lot of people are throwing in their opinions and statements on this. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So this incident here in the Red Sea with the German aircraft and also the Chinese Navy vessel, that's gotten a lot of people's attentions today, as that is a very aggressive act for the Chinese to take against a NATO country. So about 67% said that's an act of war against NATO, firing on that German aircraft with this laser, while 19% said it's a minor incident and that's all, and 6% said it's not really NATO forces. Now, one thing that I personally believe, just based on my knowledge of how NATO works and also the deployments in this Middle Eastern region, is technically the Germans are not operating under the NATO flag or the NATO premise per se, for lack of better terms. Germany is down there on their own accord, not really acting as a NATO representative. At least in my opinion, that's the way it works. Now, some people might disagree with that, but I would say that Germany is probably going to take this up with the Chinese directly if they have a problem with it, because technically this is not Europe, this is the Middle East. So NATO typically operates in the Middle East. Well, NATO can go to war if they invoke Article 5 in that region in the Middle East, but technically there's been no invocation of Article 5 right now. So I could see both sides of it. Me personally, I would tend to believe, though, this is really not a NATO op. This is more of a Germany op. So with China firing on that aircraft with the laser, I would say generally it's minor and it's really not a NATO provocation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would also have to say that it's minor and not necessarily a NATO provocation. Also, I do have to lay out to folks that according to the NATO charter, Article 5 can only be invoked under specific auspices that are laid out in Article 6 and Article 4, and this would not fall under that. The Southern Red Sea does not fall under NATO jurisdiction for an Article 5 invocation, meaning that the incident that occurred with the Germans today isn't even something that Article 5 could be invoked over. The situation, however, at least in this area, is one that's starting to clearly show Chinese involvement, but I have to point out that shining lasers into the eyes of pilots is actually something that everyone kind of commonly does in international waters, because it isn't directly stated under international law or international maritime law as something that is necessarily illegal. It certainly is provocative, but it's not something that would be considered to be an act of war by most. We've actually seen in the past that the People's Republic of China has actually attempted to shine lasers into the cockpits of U.S. aircraft flying through the South China Sea, and we have also at times actually shown lasers into aircraft of hostile countries as well, and generally the response is incredibly unhappy. Obviously, we almost blinded their pilots and killed them, but beyond that, no one ever really goes to war over the laser pointers or any use of them around the world for the larger part, at least from what I've been able to hear off of examples that I was able to pull from earlier today. I did see someone say it's illegal in America. That's a different thing, however. That's more so of a domestic law situation, with trying to shine a high-powered laser pointer at a commercial aircraft or a domestic flight in the United States. That is I believe that is actually a felony, because it's incredibly dangerous. You're endangering the lives of, a whole bunch of hundreds of people on board that aircraft, the pilots as well, and also threatening to damage hundreds of millions of dollars worth of private property by doing something like that. Those sorts of laws do not exist, however, in international maritime law, at least at the moment. They may be added into the future in a revision of international maritime law, but once again, this is being done by a military force against another military force's aircraft, which also doesn't necessarily fall under the purview of normal legal scenarios. This is more so a diplomatic spat or an aggressive action by the Chinese against the Germans, and this means that the German consulate in China will most likely have to take this up with the PRC directly and ask them why they would take such an action against a German aircraft, which is exercising its rights under international maritime law and also conducting a maritime patrol against operations of piracy in the area, which has nothing to do on paper with the Chinese. But with that,
Also, Enforcer, by the way, just to give everybody some more details about this, because I see people asking a ton of questions, and we do need to get into a little bit more detail to let y'all know exactly what happened with this. So apparently my interpretation is correct. The Germans must take this up directly with the Chinese. This is not something that NATO is going to take care of on behalf of Germany. Germany has to deal with it themselves because it happened to their aircraft and not on a NATO op. So Germany has summoned the Chinese ambassador to the Federal Foreign Office today inside of Germany to have them answer for this crime, essentially, that they fired upon this aircraft. The aircraft that was fired upon was a Beechcraft King Air 350 that Germany was using. I believe it was a contracted aircraft to do surveillance and ISR over the Red Sea and over that region near Yemen. So that was the aircraft. The part that's concerning to me is we're not told about the laser that was used. The Germans specifically left that detail out. They did not say if it was causing damage to the aircraft. And also, they didn't say exactly what type of laser it was that was used either. They were saying it could have been anything from obscuring the optics of the aircraft to an actual laser weapon designed to actually penetrate the skin of the aircraft. They're not really saying which one it was, but it appears to be that the Spiegel, which is a German news reporting outlet, says that there is possible damage to the aircraft, and it's unclear right now, and it's still being investigated. So it could have actually caused severe damage to the aircraft. We just don't know. The Germans are keeping that very, very secretive right now, and they're not telling us. So this could be extremely serious or it could be extremely minor. It's just kind of hard to tell. But nonetheless, the Chinese did fire on it, and they knew it was a German plane, and they fired on it anyway. So it's just really disturbing all the way around.
It is incredibly disturbing. I would still have to say that this is a diplomatic provocation in an incident, but it's not one that directly relates to war or an action that would invoke Article 5 inside of NATO. I also saw someone in the chat say, "You don't know this isn't a NATO op." Actually, we do. We do know that it's not a NATO operation, because technically speaking, they're there as a part of an anti-piracy operation led by the European Union, not by NATO command. So we do know. So thank you for inputting your opinion, but that is not true. But outside of that, we have also been able to hear of something interesting coming out of the People's Republic of China. It has nothing to do with the internal diplomatic situation. I do want to make it clear, Xi Jinping is still missing from public view at the moment, which is still showing that whatever governmental situation is happening in China is still requiring pretty much his daily constant attention. But one other thing is quite interesting that we've noticed. We have noticed for the first time ever a twin-seat J-20, and hopefully it loads. It's not loaded. Let me just go get a normal picture of it. The J-20B. Oh, I put a K. Let me put a J. There we go. Hopefully I can show y'all this picture here, showing y'all the twin-seater version of the J-20. It's a little bit interesting. There we go. Okay, so here it is. This is actually the pictures that I was wanting to show y'all. This is something that's actually leading me to believe that the J-20 is not as good as they were originally making it out to be. They have unveiled a J-20B, which is a dual cockpit version of the aircraft, which allows for a pilot to only focus on flying the aircraft, and then a separate weapons systems operator that focuses on using the weapons systems. This is the first stealth aircraft in the world that is, well, a stealth fighter aircraft in the world that is a tandem seat aircraft, meaning that it has, or dual seat cockpit. This is the first time that we've ever seen this, and it has been made incredibly clear that this is not a training aircraft, at least by statements from the People's Republic of China. This is allowing, according to their own words, better combat efficiency. And this is something that is incredibly interesting. No aircraft that is an air superiority fighter, except for in very rare instances where technology was limited back in the day, ever had a dual-seated cockpit. Not really a lot of them. You don't really see a lot of tandem seat or dual seat F-16s unless they're specializing in an air-to-ground strike role. You also do not see a lot of twin seat F-15s unless if they once again are largely focusing on an air-to-ground role. For example, the F-15E, at least as far as the series of F-15s goes, was the first dual seat cockpit aircraft, or F-15, in the United States Air Force, and the reason why there is a separate weapons systems operator in the back is because the F-15E series is primarily focused on air-to-ground support, while other F-15s, which are purebred for the air superiority role, like the F-15C, are all purely single-seat cockpits. So it's a little bit interesting to note this, because the fact that the J-20 is not a multi-role aircraft, and it is a purebred air superiority aircraft, is showing that there is something going on with this aircraft efficiency-wise that has forced them to have to get a weapons systems operator. Either the weapons
they want to sell it to India. That's why they want to do it, because they figure if they can sell this aircraft to India, they'll need 2 seats, because one pilot sucks. Maybe with 2 pilots, they can actually fly the thing properly. So that's why they need 2 seats.
Maybe. But it is showing that there is probably a lack of efficiency with the weapons systems, unlike other Western aircraft, because a air superiority fighter, by all modern definitions, never has a twin-seat cockpit for an individual weapon systems operator. It just doesn't exist anywhere in the world. The Russians do, but we know that the Russians have them on aircraft like the Su-30SM, because the weapon systems on board can also serve for an air-to-air and an air-to-ground operation on this specific aircraft, and you can once again see that it's a tandem cockpit. You just don't see it on air superiority aircraft that are purebred for that purpose. So I think this is showing that there's some sort of a lack of efficiency with the weapon systems, and single-seat J-20s may not be as efficient as comparable counterparts here in the West that are single-seaters, most likely. But with that, we are going to be moving on from that little bit of news. It's a fairly interesting one to see nonetheless. But moving on from that and on into the rest of the news that we've been able to get inside the Middle East, we are actually going to be moving into northern Iraq and also southern Lebanon, because we've been able to hear of a large war that's pretty much broken out within northern Iraq between 2 Kurdish families. If y'all do not know this, the northern part of Iraq is a semi-autonomous region that is called Iraqi Kurdistan. Iraqi Kurdistan is made up largely of ethnic Kurds, which are completely separate from the other cultural groups of the Republic of Iraq. There's also significant Kurdish populations that live within northeastern Syria and southeastern Turkey as well, that make up the Kurdish population. We have been able to hear that at least within the city of Erbil, as well as the cities outside of that at Kabat, The Harki clan, which is apparently the rebel group, and the Barzani family, which is the ruling power inside of Iraqi Kurdistan, are going at it. And we were able to see clips of the heavy battles that are now breaking out between these two families inside of northern Iraq.
Man. When they show up in the tucked-in polo, you know you're in trouble.
Man, the tracksuits and the polos, they're rough business. We also were able to get more video and picture evidence from inside of Erbil. We also have apparently some comedy music playing over this. Don't know why, but we could see them running through the streets, gunning at each other. By the way, I want to make this incredibly clear. This isn't a civil war that's broken out in Iraq. This is apparently entirely contained within Iraqi Kurdistan. We also were able to see more fighting inside of Erbil in this clip. We see fires in the background. It's a little straight up chaos right now, at least within Erbil. Outside of that, just not too far away in the city of Kabat, we also were able to see more battles raging within this area as well. You can see that in these clips right here. I'm going to be muting that audio, but we can hear the sounds of gunfire there, and also intermittent flashes coming from the road as firefights have also broken out near to this area. We've also been able to see here more firefighting clips coming from northern Iraq. This guy whipped out the full PKP, and he's got like no control of it either.
He's getting beat up by that gun.
Dude, like that guy was like shaking. Watch. Honestly, he seems scared of the gun, like, more than anything. Like, it's not even really beating him up.
He's not wearing hearing protection, man. He's probably getting his ears blown out.
Dude, honestly, that's probably the real reason as to why. And we also get to see more firefights happening around Kabat in these clips. Moving on from that clip, we also got to hear the firefights in this clip as well. Just a lot of screaming, and there's also a lot of tracer fire through the air. It's almost like they're trying to shoot at aircraft. We can also see more fires raging throughout the city as the Harki family and the Barzani families are going at it.
Just crazy. Like, I didn't expect Iraq to turn like this today. This was a totally unexpected one. That's the weird thing about living in 2025 is like literally one day you'll have a conflict going on. You're like, okay, they got Russia fighting, they've got China acting up, they got Iran acting up, and that's about it. And then the next day it's like, okay, Iraq's at war now, apparently. That's just a new thing today in the last 24 hours.
Dude, the Middle East's history in the modern day, it's like there was peace for 2 hours. War begins in a new region. There was another peace for 1 hour. A war begins in another region. It's just an absolutely crazy thing because now we're hearing that the Iraqi army is moving into the area to try and stop the fighting, which we can see in this clip here. It doesn't really appear that they're stopping the fighting. It almost appears they're getting involved. And we also get to hear in another piece of news that about 22 Turkish aircraft are now flying over Kurdish Iraq, as it appears that they are trying to operate against the Kurds just in general for Turkish reasons. I'm not even going to get into the explanation of it. It's really deep, but in short, Turkey hates the Kurds. Like, that's just a rule of thumb. If there is a Kurd somewhere in the world, the Turks are trying to separate the Kurds from their life. So that's just generally kind of the running deal with the Turks. But outside of that, we did also get to hear that there were airstrikes being conducted by the Israelis within Babalia in Lebanon, which we could see in this clip as well. And that's the end of that clip right there, but still showing that hell is breaking out in the Middle East. Business as usual for the large part these days. There was actually a little while there, for a short while, about like 70 years ago, where it was actually kind of peaceful. But since then, it's not ever been peaceful, and conflicts break out here pretty much with the passing and rising of the sun every day. Nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about the ongoing heavy fighting that's going on around Erbil and other towns within northern Iraq, and a lot of people are weighing in what they're thinking of it and how long this stuff might end up lasting. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so now we got this brand new chaos erupting in Iraq today. Apparently, a civil conflict is breaking out in some degree or another here. It looks like for now it is contained, like the enforcer was saying, but it could spread. There's just no telling right now. It's very early, but it looks like 48% of the audience said it is going to remain a contained conflict in the region there where the Kurds are at, while 22% said a full-blown civil war is coming very soon, and 22% said only time's going to tell on this one because it's simply too early. And on this one, I'm going to have to take a rare instance to say I do not know enough about the internal Iraqi situation right now in the present. I'm not up to date and up to speed enough on it to really say exactly where this is going to go. I can say what I am seeing right now is it's also what the enforcer is saying as well. It does appear to be contained, and it probably will remain contained, but I'm very uncertain about that because I don't know enough about it to really say. But the one part that was interesting, though, is we got reports of Turkish jets entering Iraqi airspace and also Turkish drones entering Iraqi airspace as well. So that would be an interesting situation if Turkey decides to get fully involved inside of Iraq over the Kurdish situation. So I'm going to say it's going to remain contained even with the Turks getting involved, but it could change. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's largely going to stay contained. This is, as far as wars go, this is a sideshow at the moment that's going on inside of northern Iraq, so it's not going to become an incredibly large thing. It's not going to turn into a world war. This is going to be heavily contained. We do have to make it clear, this is almost like a fight between two Italian families back in the medieval era. That's what's really going on inside of Erbil. The Barazi family, which is, I believe, what they're called, are the ruling family that's got a lot of significance and sway within the region, and the Harki family, which is a prominent family, but not the one that really controls Kurdistan, is pretty much getting into a family feud with them. It's literally an episode of Family Feud without Steve Harvey and the funny questions and answers. It's just the people are shooting each other in this region, and it truly makes Iraq live up to the old moniker that we've heard in the streets of Chicago, Chirac. But nevertheless, we will be waiting to see what happens inside of northern Iraq, but this is just typical sideshow stuff happening in Iraq at the moment. Still pretty major sideshow stuff, but largely a sideshow nonetheless. With that, though, I hope that does address northern Iraq and the Middle Eastern situation well, because it's now time for us to finally move on up and into Ukraine, which has a large amount of information and news coming out over the course of the day. But before we get into that, I do want to make sure that I thank everyone who's been here watching so far. We have 17.4 thousand people here at the moment before we get on into our Ukraine war news for the day, and we had a peak viewership here tonight of almost 20,000 people. It was only a few hundred short. I've got to thank all of y'all so much for watching so far, and if y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the like, and also, put a little LSA in the live chat if you would like to. We'd love to see it. But beyond that, I got to thank y'all all greatly. I hope y'all do subscribe, because we put out news like this every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the large part. If there's anything happening in the world, you can be guaranteed that we are covering it and talking about it here on this channel. So you will not miss a single actual news event happening in the world if you follow this channel and subscribe to it. And so with that, Matthew, let's get a couple of questions in the meantime before we get on into the Ukraine war segment. What do we got?
All right, so our first super chat of the night goes to Peace with War, a channel legend who threw in a massive $100 donation in the largest super chat of the night. And thank you very much, Peace with War, for that support in helping to keep our work on the air. It's that viewer support that keeps us running in the background. And Peace with War said, just to appreciate the news you two give us, and thank you very much, and take a question from the chat.
Hey, and a big thanks to you so much for the kind words, Peace with War, and thank you so much for enjoying us giving y'all the news. We are always happy to do it, and we always love to know that folks like you go out of your way to support this channel, so that way we can keep on putting out the news for all the folks out there around the world who listen to this channel every day. The channel's been growing a lot recently. It used to be common for us to have a viewership of around 9,000 live viewers. Nowadays, every single night is somewhere in between 14,000 live viewers and 20,000 live viewers. So it's great to see that a lot of people found the channel and have enjoyed it so much that they've decided to stay, and they're growing the Lee Spring Army little by little with each passing day. So a big thanks to you so much once again, Peace with War, and we will be making sure to take a question from the chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so this question from the chat goes to Mr. Drake, and he said, if China were to give Iran a nuke, maybe it's time to do the same from the NATO side as well.
I would say generally that I'm not a large fan of nuclear proliferation. Even if the Chinese gave the Iranians a nuke, I don't think the answer would be to give someone a nuke, like in the region, like say give Ukraine a nuke against the Russians, or to give the Saudis a nuke against Iran. Because when someone gets a nuclear weapon, it's opening a Pandora's box for the large part, because they are protected from everyone, including us, from that point on, if we don't like something that happens in their country from that point forward, because they could just kill a couple of million people in a single flash if they wanted to. So I generally say that if the Chinese did give Iran a nuke, I think the best response would be is to move nuclear weapons into a place like South Korea or Japan. I think that'd just be a pretty nice little thing to do to once again remind these folks, like the Chinese and like the Russians, that the United States isn't going to get into nuclear proliferation, but we sure as hell will put them in under the threat of imminent destruction if they want to continue to go down that route. So while I generally agree with your premise, I don't agree with the idea of actually just giving away a nuclear weapon to another country. They might do it, and they might be stupid enough to do it, and pretty much end up seeing that the Iranians may eventually threaten them with the nuke that they gave them. But I'm generally not a fan of ever allowing Western nuclear weapons, either by the British, the French, or the Americans, to end up in the hands of other countries. I'm generally not a fan of nuclear weapons, but I'm also a realist as well. I realize that while I'm not a fan of nuclear weapons, it's not like, John Lennon, where you could sit there and go, imagine all the people. Like, that is not going to happen. Nuclear weapons are here to stay. It's just a fact of life. But at the same time, while I would like to see them limited as much as possible, I also don't want to see everyone in the world getting a nuclear weapon. That will end up creating a very unstable situation, and one that would be very dangerous, to say the least, with especially the amount of friction that we're seeing nowadays in the foreign policy sphere. Handing out nuclear weapons like party favors could end up disastrously. So I'd say keep them under U.S. control, but just request to station them in certain countries within certain areas to pretty much create a nuclear deterrence towards these countries that may be getting nuclear weapons or maybe sending nuclear weapons as gifts to places like Iran. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And also I see a lot of people saying, do you remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? Yes, I do. I wasn't alive for that, but I do remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. And if you remember, when the Soviets did that, the U.S. actually had stationed nuclear weapons in Turkey on their northern coast, which could directly threaten most everywhere within the western part of the Soviet Union. So when the Soviets did that, we ended up actually depth charging a Russian sub and forcing it to surface off the coast of Cuba. So we actually took direct armed action against a Soviet submarine. And then after that, the Russians went, hey, look, this is getting a little bit too much for us, because we kept on facing them down and pretty much threatening to kill all of them, is the best way to put it. They eventually say, hey, look, this is getting a little bit too much for us. What if we started to back off of this? It will remove our nuclear weapons from Cuba if you remove yours from Turkey. And we said it was a fair deal, and then we removed our weapons from Turkey, and they removed their weapons from Cuba. But that's about the same thing that we could do in any one of these regions, is that if we don't like something that someone's doing, like the Russians moving nuclear weapons into Belarus, we just move our nuclear weapons into Poland. Yeah, it sounds dangerous, it is, but that's the only option we have, because if we back off, we're showing weakness, and they're going to keep pushing the envelope until we eventually have their response to something nonetheless. But in the meantime, we've lost a lot of standing, and we've also not stopped them before the situation got worse. It's better to confront them at the onset and do something dangerous right then and there, because if you do something like that, they're going to go, whoa, wait a minute, we're not dealing with a scared and timid America. They could end up killing all of us, and while we might end up killing all of them, we're not going to be alive to celebrate the victory. Maybe it's time to talk to them and back off. That's really the approach that we really have to go to. It's the only tried and true approach that works with people like the Russians or the Chinese, at least from what we've seen historically in foreign policy. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, a huge thanks to Peaceful War for that unbelievably massive support and helping us to keep this channel running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Celix the Fat, who's a longtime channel legend as well, who puts in a very generous $50 donation. And thank you very much, Celix, for that support. They said Russia is bluffing hard, and in no way does a country that can't even invade Ukraine in years can wage war on the entire EU. It's a complete fantasy. Now, Celix, I would say I have to disagree with you. First of all, thank you for that support. But number two, though, is Russia has that nuclear backdrop, though. You got to remember that. They've got the nukes, and they are more than happy to use that as a shield over their country. So if Russia decided to, let's say, lob some drones or missiles into, let's just pick Estonia, for example, and they started a war with Estonia, of course, being a NATO country, that would draw NATO in, because otherwise, what is NATO going to do? Just back off and not let Article 5 be commenced? Because that would be a clear Article 5 scenario. So at that point, what is NATO really going to do? Invade Russia? I mean, what are we really going to do at that point? Because we can't just invade Russia. They have nukes, and they could use them on the West. So it would create a real bad catch-22, and I think Russia knows that, and they've got that card up their sleeve. And that's the reason why I say Russia could do that, because not necessarily because Russia is well armed or well trained or even have a lot of good troops, just because they have a nuclear shield. That's the reason why. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I'd agree with Matthew on that, Celix the Fat. They certainly don't have a chance at winning a conventional war. But this is what a lot of people don't understand about nuclear armed countries is that even if their army is weak, like I always hear this one. This is one I hear all the time, Celix. Oh, the British, they've fallen so far. Once a mighty empire, now their army is so tiny. What happened? They're going to get their ass beat. It's like, yeah, but everyone keeps forgetting the British can kill anyone in minutes. Like the British actually have enough nuclear weapons in their arsenal that if they wanted to, any given day of the week, they could nuke the United States and pretty much kill everyone in the country. They still have enough nuclear weapons for that because most, if not all, of Britain's nuclear weapons are strategic in caliber and scale. They don't really have a lot of tactical nuclear weapons under the British nuclear arsenal. Same thing with the French. It's like if you don't think the French are a formidable country economically or conventionally, it's like still the answer is the same with France. They can kill everyone in minutes because of their nuclear arsenal. So that's kind of the issue with the Russians is that yes, you might be able to actually try and they might be beaten in a conventional war. They easily would be, but the problem is that they have nuclear weapons that could kill everyone in minutes, and we don't know how many of those are working because I know a lot of people are like, oh, they don't work, and I would agree certainly, but then the question is how many of them aren't working? Because even if we say that 50% of their nuclear weapons aren't working, they still have about 1,000 strategic caliber nuclear weapons that are still operational with ICBMs and everything. So that's still a large amount of nuclear firepower that they're going to be able to launch off even in a worst case scenario. And that's what makes the situation a lot more strenuous than just saying, oh, we could sweep them off the field in the conventional battle. I certainly I would guarantee you, Celix the Fat, that would be the case. But the problem is that we still have to contend with the nuclear weaponry and what that could end up resulting in if we beat them a little bit too good. And so that's kind of the issue that we are facing at the moment. Is that if the Russians start that conflict, it's going to go there. We're going to beat them on the field. So then they're going to move towards the nuclear weaponry. And we might even see, and this is something that I think would be the point of no return, if they dropped a tactical nuclear weapon on a NATO army group in the field, I don't think there's going to be a way to talk it back out of that because everyone's going to be enraged in the West. People are going to be demanding blood. We're probably going to see that the U.S. will start dropping gravity bombs on the Russians, which are pretty much just dumb bomb tactical nuclear bombs, and then eventually that will probably turn into some sort of a strategic nuclear exchange. And that's what the Russians are betting on. They know that that's going to be the answer. And so then we have to weigh in. Where does it stop and where do we try and stop it? So I thank you for the support, Celix the Fat, but that generally is the situation at the moment. It does not matter if the Russians could win a conventional war. They lean on those nuclear weapons because it's the only thing that would save their country from utter annihilation if they focused on only using conventional weapons. And then also on top of that, we would have to rely, if the Russians wanted to fire off or use a nuclear weapon, that every single battery commander in Russia would refuse the order. And I would have to say that betting the odds, we're betting against the odds to say that every single battery commander and every single nuclear officer would refuse their orders. A good amount of them would follow through with their orders. So still, there's a decent amount of nuclear annihilation that could result from an action like that. But I do thank you for the support once again.
Also, Enforcer, by the way, there's a real strong possibility that if Russia wanted to do something against a NATO country, they could just simply fire aerial munitions like drones and missiles into that country and let that be the end of it. They don't have to invade a Baltic state necessarily to start this conflict off. And in fact, Russia, I'm not trying to give them ideas here because obviously if they did this, it would end badly no matter how they did it. But if Russia decided to, let's say, up the ante by firing missiles into Estonia and they never invaded Estonia, that leaves NATO with no real recourse because we can either fire missiles back into Russia, which could trigger a nuclear exchange, or we can simply sit back and tell Estonia, you're just going to have to accept that, and that's the end of it. You can strike Russia back if you want, but that's going to be the end of it. I'm not really sure what NATO would do at that point because they could declare Article 5 and invoke it, but what is NATO even going to do after Article 5 is invoked? I mean, how are we going to defend Estonia outside of going to war with Russia directly and then invoking the nuclear exchange potential? I'm not really sure what we'd even do.
I don't really know what we would do either. I would feel like a response had to be made. But if the Russians said, we're just going to do this one thing and nothing else, we would probably only make a token strike in return but it would be one that might be strong enough to show them we might not want to push this any farther than what we're doing, because this could end up going nasty. Maybe, but we would have to see how that would go. I really don't know what a U.S. response to a limited strike like that would be, because generally with how U.S. leadership has gone in the past, like for example in the Middle East, we kind of take the coward's option out of just trying to go, okay, that's it, let's just move on, everyone, and then completely ignore what actually happened or what the response should have been. So with that, I hope that addresses that the best we can, at least at the moment, but still a very interesting point, Silix the Fat. But that would be my answer to that, and I would largely have to agree with Matthew's assessment. It's really not the conventional army we have to worry about. It's really the nuclear forces that they would inevitably threaten or use in that kind of a conflict. So with that, a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, and the last one here goes to Demanoak, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. And sadly, we'll have to word the super chat a little bit differently. We don't want to get too crazy here with YouTube, otherwise they might come get us or something. So to say what he said in the spirit of it, but not the exact wordage, he said, a mutually assured destruction, the nuclear doctrine, will not work for the Iranian leader, because when they die, they become martyrs, and that negates the whole idea of the threat of death toward the Iranian leader by the West.
And that is an interesting statement, Dimonak, I would say. But my counter to that is that if he really didn't care about becoming a martyr, why was he hiding so badly, like during the 12-day war and the couple of weeks after that, that nobody in the Iranian government could even find him? Like, nobody even knew where he was because he was in hiding that badly. Everyone in Iran, in the Iranian government, wants to be a martyr until it's time to become one, and then they're terrified of it. So I would say that would be that's a good point, like a funny one. But the reality is that those guys are as scared of death as anyone else, at least at the highest levels of the government. Now, there are a lot of goofy goobers out there in the Middle East that will blast themselves to smithereens and become those quote-unquote martyrs, but the top leadership of Iran, they're not in that mindset. They use that mindset to compel people, lunatics, to do their bidding. But the reality is that those people are smart enough and cunning enough to want to preserve their life and not end it immediately. And that's why you saw that when the shooting started, Khamenei went into hiding literally immediately. Like no one even knew where the man was. Like he said, I'll be a martyr, but not today. He went running to a bunker immediately. It's kind of like how Hitler talked about everyone's going to fight to the last man, the last bullet. No one's going to be a coward. No one's going to take the easy way out, this and that, so on and so forth. And then he took himself out in the Führer bunker in Berlin in its final days. He didn't go out in a blaze of glory. He didn't go out and fight. He was a coward, much like most other dictators. They're usually cowards. They will tell the public, go and throw your life down for my cause. But when it comes to them throwing their life down for their very own cause, you can guarantee that they sure as hell wouldn't. That is always the case, and Khamenei certainly proved that with the 12-day war. He went and hid as fast as he damn well could. I mean, honestly, I don't even think the first bomb dropped in Iran. I think he was just like a Jedi from Star Wars. He's like, I sense a disturbance in the Islamic Republic. And then he said, get the car, we're going to the bunker. And he went running straight to it. You got to
understand, Enforcer, that the leader of a country, they're not expendable. Like Khamenei, like he's not expendable. He can't be out there on the street. He's not Rambo. He can't be running around there being expendable. He may be a martyr type person. He may think that martyrdom is good, but he's the leader, man. He's got to go hide. He has to.
He has to hide to keep the Islamic Revolution alive, and that's just bullshit. like that's just, it's like someone else can take his place.
Man. It's just he doesn't want to die. Period. That's the end of the story.
Also, I see someone saying Hitler didn't die in the Führer bunker. He escaped to Argentina. No, he died in the bunker. Like I know the goofy little CIA report came out that said that he fled to Argentina or whatever the hell, but he did not. He died in that bunker. The people who survived from that bunker said that he painted a wall red, like, and they cremated him right outside the bunker. They're not going to lie about that. Like they're going to say what actually happened. Like the guy creamed himself, his wife and the dog. Like that was a guaranteed thing that actually did happen. Because also, how would it make any sense? Like, I just want to say this really quickly. How would it make any sense that he was able to escape to Argentina? He was guaranteed in Berlin. There was a clip of him in Berlin just 2 weeks before he offed himself. And if he was, there's just no way in hell he could have made it out of Berlin, because the battle of the Seawall Heights was going on at that very moment, not too far from Berlin. No aircraft could really take off or land from Berlin. And there certainly was no way out by road, because the Red Army's Air Force and the U.S. Army Air Corps was pretty much hammering the whole place endlessly, and were pretty much spotting any vehicles on the move anywhere. There's no way that he could have flown out of Berlin or driven out of Berlin to one of the remaining harbors left that had no U-boat pins in them hardly, to get on a U-boat and then escape to Argentina. I mean, the logistics of that would be absolutely insane. And not only that, to run the blockades and the anti-submarine patrols that the British and Americans had literally everywhere in the North Sea and the North Atlantic, to escape all of that, and then also escape all the maritime patrols in the Atlantic in general, because the submarine would have had to surface at some point. It's not like it's a modern nuclear submarine that could stay underwater for months. It had to surface or snorkel, so someone would have seen it, someone would have bombed it. I mean, like the logistics of that is legitimately impossible. Like, Hitler is dead. He did not escape to Argentina. None of that happened. And even if he escaped to Argentina, he was already suffering from pretty bad side effects from the endless cocktail of drugs that he had been taking for years. He was also already showing extreme signs of Parkinson's that was being accelerated by the heavy drug use. I mean, even if he made it to Argentina, he probably wasn't guaranteed to survive that much longer than a couple of years. And the CIA said he lived all the way into the 70s. And I can promise you that Hitler did not have the bodily fortitude of Ozzy Osbourne. Certainly didn't. Like, that guy took some drugs, he was about to go out. Ozzy Osbourne might be able to.
He was a bona fide tweaker, man. That guy was a tweaker all the way. He was on everything. That guy was literally out of his mind in his final hours, like just totally out of his mind because of how many drugs he was on.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many German generals that also corroborated that he was there. You know, like Steiner's counterattack with whatever the hell Steiner had left. He didn't even exist anymore. He would like he was there. Like, there was just enough proof and enough evidence to show he was there. Because also, if he didn't off himself and he did escape, why in the world would anyone have ever taken his stay as the leader of Germany? Why in the world would Karl Dönitz have openly said, yeah, I'll take the position of leader of Germany? No one would have. Like, everyone would be like, hell no, if you're escaping, I'm getting out. I'm not taking the hit for you, you dumbass. Like, I don't even like you. That's what everyone would have been like in the end of Germany. The guy actually died. That's why someone had to take control. And it ended up being Karl Dönitz. Like, the whole conspiracy theory about Hitler escaping just makes no sense when you look at it from a historical perspective.
Now, here's a good question right here. Marvelous Matt brought up a good counterpoint. That actually is a pretty good question. He said, so how does the enforcer explain all the top party officials in Germany who made it to South America? Now, what they did is they were typically the lesser known ones. Now, there were a couple that were semi-high profile that made it down to South America. They would literally take off their uniform, put on plain clothes, and they would try to blend in with people that were simply leaving anyway. That's what they would do, at least according to what I've heard. But enforcer, how do you answer that question as a counterpoint?
Like you're saying, a lot of them dressed up. Some of them were actually close to a U-boat and were able to escape, and some of them got lucky. But not a lot of them did. Like out of all of the Nazis that were able to escape Germany and ended up in places like Argentina, it was a very small number compared to the ones that actually were around. And usually, like Matthew's saying, they were the lower level ones, like the butchers of Poland, which there was a lot of them. Like, you know, you'll always hear, oh, so and so who was a officer in the SS, he killed 40,000 people. A lot of officers in the SS killed 40,000 people. Like there was a load of them like that. So finding out who those people were and knowing who they are, that didn't really happen often. Like, Joseph Mengele, as far as the Nazi leadership went, was a little bit further on down the list. That's why he was able to make it out. If you look at all of the top people, like Goebbels, Goering, Himmler, Hitler himself, any of those upper officials, Albert Speer, let me think of some others. Dang, who were the others? A lot of them are actually down in the Berchtesgaden, down here in the southern part of Germany, funnily enough. A couple of them were, and they ended up getting captured by the Americans. But beyond that, a lot of them really couldn't leave. Like, they had to run their positions in the German government. If they disappeared, people would know. People like Joseph Mengele, on the other hand, they could escape because they weren't that highly known at the time. They were highly known later for their atrocities, but as far as the leadership of the Nazi government, they weren't that high up that if they went missing, they were going to be noticed immediately, or if they ended up getting killed, they'd be noticed immediately. So with that I hope that addresses that the best I can. But you have to research the instances of each and every one of their escapes, because let me go pull up Joseph Mengele really quickly. Because I believe he escaped through a pretty right in front of you, like right under your nose, sort of a way. Let's see here.
And also, by the way, like for the ones that did escape, they already had like pre-planned escape routes in plan, and also they knew where they were going. They were heading to South America, specifically mostly Argentina was the main place they were heading, and they already had plans set up to get there, like contingency plans to leave in case they needed to. Pretty much every dictatorship and the people underneath, they all have plans to try to run when things go south, because inevitably things always go south in governments like that. So they knew they were going to go to South America. They knew they were running there, and they already had like a contingency in place to throw on extra clothes, take off, and run.
But another thing though, like just to show y'all, it's not that easy to hop on a U-boat and sail away. Justin Mengele, who's probably the highest profile person who escaped the Nuremberg trials, and generally escaped Allied imprisonment, he ended up fleeing to Argentina in 1949. 4 years after the war had ended, he was finally able to get out, and he was assisted by a network of former SS members. But he fled in a pretty right under your nose sort of way. He just got on a ship and then went straight to Argentina. That's what he did. It wasn't anything magic or special. You know, he didn't get in some sort of a secret, special, super cool U-boat and sail away. This guy left in 1949. He was hiding in Germany for years, and the Allies never found him because he just put on civilian clothes, blended in with the crowds, kept a really low profile until he could leave, and then he left. And also, it's a little bit interesting that he never ended up getting killed by
He drowned.
Yeah, he drowned after suffering a stroke. Honestly, that's a way for a sick guy like that to go, is drowning. If y'all ever hear about that, that's a pretty bad way to go. But beyond that, it's unfortunate that no one was able to get him and charge him for his crimes, because this guy was a sick guy.
You know, Mossad, they operate down there all the time, like the Israeli intelligence services. They go down there hunting former Nazis all the time. I think they still do it, actually, because I think they actually found one, actually a couple of months ago. I believe they found a guy down there that was still hiding out. And these guys are super old now. Like, they're in wheelchairs, they're on walkers. You wouldn't suspect them to be war criminals when you see them, because they look unsuspecting. And also, they're wearing normal clothes. They've assumed a new identity. They're usually like either working as a teacher or something in some normal career like that. So when the Mossad hunts these people down, they're doing a lot of like groundwork to go find them. But when they eventually find them, though, even though they're old and decrepit, they still try to hold them accountable, and they take them away to the courts, which is good because they're finally being held accountable. But it's just wild. They still find a couple here and there hiding like rats down in South America, and they'll take them out and go, put them in the court.
I would say some people, I've seen someone ask in the chat, I think it was a little while ago, they were like, what do you think about the U.S.? Because there was actually a guy, a former SS member, who was a concentration camp guard who escaped to the United States. And I think he was actually put on trial for his crimes in New York. And he tried to plead, I was just there. You're not a guy who's just there at a camp. Like, there's just no such thing as that. So I bet someone's about to ask, what do you think about them gathering up all these old people, former SS, and putting them on trial for their crimes? I think that as far as the SS goes, there is not a age that removes you from being held accountable for your crimes. Even if the guys are in their 90s at this point, and they've ended up escaping justice up until this point, they should be found and held accountable for their crimes in some way. I would still say that the death sentence should be held for a lot of those people, even if they are in their 90s, because the reality is that those people might be old and frail and look helpless now, but back in their day, they were slaughtering people in the thousands, millions even, in Europe. If you listen to any veteran of the Second World War of the U.S. or the British Armed Forces, or even the French Armed Forces that came up on these camps, like Dachau and Auschwitz, which was really more of a Soviet thing, but any of those camps, and you listen to the atrocities that these common tower guards or camp officials were in charge of, it was the sickest thing. There's no such thing as age eventually aging you out of those kinds of crimes. Those are such heinous crimes that no matter what, there should always be an example made of those kind of people, that people who are conducting crimes as heinous as that, not even age will make you escape the consequences of your actions. But with that,
horrible stuff. Yeah, these guys did such bad things. Like, I agree, like there should be no age limit. And also, there is no legal statute of limitations for those crimes. Like, they can drag them into court. It doesn't matter if they're like 100, 110. It doesn't matter. They can drag them from South America, extradite them to wherever they need to go to court. If it's The Hague or wherever they want to hold them accountable, and they can hold them accountable at any age, and they should be. It's like, why not? Like, I don't understand the people that are like, oh, well, they're old. Yeah, who cares if they're old? It's like they did horrible things, and they've been basically a fugitive for like decades. So it's like, good on them. They were able to hide, but they got to get dragged into court now because they should have been in court a long time ago. But I say hold them accountable 100%.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, you just don't age out of those sorts of crimes, because back in the day, if they had actually been caught, they would have been spry, healthy, they would have been fit in their clean, trim little blackie SS uniforms, and they would have been sitting there with their uniforms stripped off in the Nuremberg trials, talking about, but I was only following orders. Hitler told me to kill all these thousands of people by hand with a pistol. They would have been those people. And when you think about that and the fact that they've just happened to be fugitives escaping the law and escaping justice for decades, when I look at that old man who's in that wheelchair looking all weak and feeble, at one point he was the guy putting a Luger up to someone's head and taking them out. That's who that guy really is. And no matter how old he is, it doesn't escape the fact that that is that guy. And just sitting there saying, oh, I was just a low-end concentration camp guard tower member. I did nothing. No. Those guys did something. Every single one of them, they were all SS. They all did something. To get in the SS, you had to be a fanatic. There's no such thing as just a happenstance SS member until the very last months of 1945. And by then, most of the camps had been liberated. So if you were on one of those towers, you were a damn Nazi fanatic and a sicko that was killing all kinds of innocent people, political prisoners, Jews, the like in these camps. It's like, that is a crime against humanity, a crime of all sorts, more so. And it's like, those people have to be held accountable for no matter what. But anyways, with that, I don't even know how we got in that rabbit hole, but beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so with that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have in Eastern Europe and Ukraine, as we have been able to hear that the Ukrainians have ended up scoring a little victory today that they weren't even involved in. It appears that one of the newest Russian drones, the Altair, crashed and burned in Kazan. And this thing's massive.
This is the rip-off Reaper drone, by the way, that Russia's trying to develop. It's been in development for like 11 or 12 years, and they're still in production.
Oh, it's better, Matthew. This isn't just the Reaper drone. This is the Reaper drone with 2 engines. It's got twice the power behind the thing, but it did crash. This thing crashed and burned terribly. Apparently it was a connection issue, which is nothing new for these kinds of larger scale Russian recon drones, and it lost connection permanently and just crashed as a result of that. So great thing to hear that the Russian drone programs are still going terribly. Love to hear it. But outside of that, we also were able to see the damage that occurred in Cheboksary, which was incredibly significant. You can actually see it right here. Here's the drone factory. Well, actually, I believe that is a missile factory before and after. And you can see that there's a nice gaping hole in the roof that did cause a significant amount of damage to the production and assembly lines below. Outside of that, and moving out of Cheboksary, we were also able to hear in the Bryansk Oblast that there were some facilities that appeared to have been hit in Bryansk inside of a storage yard within the city that was storing a significant amount of Russian vehicles and equipment and helping to refit them to put them back into service. If I go down into the city, we might actually be able to find this exact location really quick. Let me see here. Bryansk. Usually these are around the actual city itself, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. I don't know what this is, but let us see. It should be somewhere around here. Unfortunately, I can't find it really quickly, so I have to give up on that dream. But beyond that, it does appear that there was a facility in Bryansk that did take damage. Outside of that, we also were able to hear in the Kursk Oblast that some Ukrainian drones were flying on in tonight and making a scene.
Oh, wow. They're getting faster. Sounds like the Grand Prix out here, I tell you what.
Man, it sounded like the 1930s Grand Prix with, those old engines. But we also got to hear the falling debris later. And I say falling debris with a great deal of sarcasm.
Ah. The light rained over that commie block like nobody's ever seen before on that night.
I'm telling you, man, it wasn't a great time for any of them. But moving on from that and into Rilisk, we also got to hear that the Ukrainians were hitting staging areas in Rilisk, and there were a decent amount of fires that broke out as a result of the strikes that occurred within the town. We also got to see a video of the explosions happening in Rilisk from a distance. There's one.
That's the Rilisk explosion.
Dude, that was the realest joke I've ever heard.
Man, that's so realist. Look at that.
Man, that's like what Popeye would say for saying the realist. I'm the realist. Or something like that. But they were slamming realist heavily.
Must be a dog pound out here or something. I'm hearing dogs everywhere.
Man, that's the end of that clip. But still, the hits were nice to see. Outside of that, we also were able to hear in the Sumy Oblast that the Russians have been pushed back a little bit farther again today. The Ukrainians are actually pushing them back at Kindrativka and have taken control of most of the town, leaving the Russians with a small holding in Konstantinivka, right down here. But it's a small one at that. Meanwhile, outside of that news, we've also been able to hear of the Ukrainian drone or air defense report. 58 drones and missiles were fired overnight, with 26 of them shot down directly and 8 taken down through electronic warfare measures. A decent amount of those made it through the gaps last night and did hit their targets. Outside of that, we were also able to hear that Zelenskyy is now levying drones against the People's Republic of China for their support of the Russian war effort, and according to the Ukrainians, providing certain kinds of computer equipment and systems to help the Russians to continue to produce their weaponry used against the state of Ukraine. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear of the Russian casualty report as well, which was quite significant today. We were able to see that Miss East, keeper of the record, said the troop losses stay above 1,000 and another 0 tank day. All categories are below the 7-day averages except artillery, which is over 30,000 as of now, which is a wonderful thing to hear. Over the course of the day, we were able to see that 1,070 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 4 APCs, 86 supply trucks, 41 artillery pieces, 172 drones, and 2 MLRS systems. Outside of that, we've also been able to see some combat footage from the front lines of Ukraine, including some Russian positions getting hit in Luhansk by airstrikes from the Ukrainian Air Force, which we'll get to see in this clip right here. And here it comes, any second now. It'll slam on in and take care of business. Oh! And here comes another. Look at that. Impressive stuff right
wow.
there.
That's the business right there. Open for business. Now closed.
I was about to say, I think they opened them for business.
This is what you do when you want fast, cheap, and easy renovations in the history of like inflated like monies and labor. Is you just send in a little explosive to take care of the job. Free demo.
Oh, hey Matthew, by the way, look at this, man. Well, there's a Nazi sympathizer in the chat. Do you see this? This guy said,
wait a minute, where?
well, he said 1928 to 1930, communist Jews murdered 58 million Christians, including 85,000 Christian doctors. It's like what bullshit is that? It's like if that many people ended up getting killed, it would be the largest genocide in history. It's like that just gets swept. Honestly, man, I can't stand nuts like that. It's like you're just saying that got swept under the rug. It's like you're a nut. Like that's the basic equivalent of it. And not only that, you're a traitor of the country. But anyways, moving on from that and into our next bit of news in southern Touretsk, we also got to see the Russians getting cleared out down here as well. It appears to have been a failed assault with some of the limited armored personnel carriers left in this area of the front. We were able to see that 3 APCs attempted the advance, but it appears that all of them were destroyed or turned back. You see them hitting one of the armored personnel carriers right there, right onto the side skirt. We see them slamming them right there. Also, I want to make it clear really quickly for the folks here watching, if you are a Nazi or communist sympathizer, you are not welcome here. This is an American channel. We believe in democratic values. We don't believe in the thuggish authoritarianism of the commies or the Nazis. So if you're one of the fans of those ideologies, you can go ahead and pack up your stuff and leave. But we see them continuing to hit the Russian APCs as they make their charge across the fields just to the south of Touretsk. And we can see that one of them appears to have finally been stopped at the front. The other 2 are now crowding up on it. This is a mistake. And we now see that the shed, that's actually a tank, by the way, it's a T-72 that's been turned into an armored personnel carrier, is attempting to turn around and flee. The other 2 APCs are still pushing their charge towards their positions, but it appears that the shed has been knocked out for good. And you see that one of the APCs just ran into the other. It appears to have now stopped. The final APC is still trying to make its final push to the Ukrainian position. And Rodian Gordon said, what about constitutional monarchies? And they're all right to me. Like, honestly, the way the British government works, it's not that bad of a system. It's democratic in form. But that's the end of the clip right there. Very nice to see. Moving on from that and on into our next clip further down the line at Kurakove, we also get to see the Ukrainians destroying a $15 million Buk surface-to-air missile defense system. These missile defense systems usually have a range of about 50 miles. They're considered largely strategic, but short-range strategic air defense systems for the most part. This is actually not a Buk M1. I believe this is a Buk M3 because it has the modified launcher on top to use the more advanced missiles of the Buk missile system family. And let me see if I can show this to y'all. This is a Buk M1. It uses these cartoonishly looking Acme-style surface-to-air missiles. But the modern Buk M3s actually have a different firing system on board. And I'm trying to see if I can show y'all one of these. An example of one. They're a little bit rare. And I don't... Here we go. This is a Buk M3. And that's what actually was targeted and destroyed down there, because you can see it doesn't have the normal Buk missile layout with the cartoonishly large missiles. It actually has the smaller silos that are carrying a larger number of missiles that are also a little bit more capable than the older M1 style. When you see the Buk on the move, and the Ukrainians are about to rebuke this thing and send it back to hell where it belongs.
Oh, look at it. It stopped. It was wanting to get a good look at the tree line here. That's oh yeah, that tree line right there provides tons of protection. Look at that.
Look at
that. This is no protection at all.
Oh, look, it's a little Russian base that it exposed, too. Look, it's going to hide in it. Oh, well, isn't that wonderful?
That was dumb.
Call in a drone strike. Call it on in.
Call in a drone strike. Send them in. We want a double tap on that location. Send them in.
And they hit the dugout that the Buk is in. And there is some smoke rising from it. It looks like they may have been able to catch the system on fire. Oh, wait a minute. I think it actually did catch on fire. We see the fires continuing to cook later. It has burned some of the field. And that Buk is cooking. And that actually is the Buk right there. And it's on fire. That's the end of that clip. But I gotta say, what a wonderful kind of a clip. Dude, I thought they were just gonna hit the Buk in the field, and then it rolled into that dugout. It's like, no freaking way. Not only did they get the Buk, they actually get the coordinates of a Russian dugout as well, with probably crew members in there somewhere. But outside of that, and in the southern Zaporizhzhia region, where a new Russian offensive has begun recently, we were able to see that the Russians actually tried to take out one of their own soldiers that was attempting to surrender to the Ukrainian side. You can actually see the Russian here walking down the street with his hands up, and you can actually see the Russians are landing mortar fire around him, trying to take him out before he can make it to the Ukrainian side. It's pretty messed up what the Russians will do. It really has no end. They're not only cruel to Ukrainians, they're cruel to their own people.
It's a bit of a connection issue, like that drone had. It's like Putin's brain is not connected to the right and left hemispheres or something. There's a bit of a connection problem.
Yeah, there certainly is. But outside of that, and moving on to the Roboltne region, we also got to see the Ukrainians taking out some more Russian equipment in the Ronin unit, which is a part of the 65th Brigade. You can see here is that a Russian T-62? Can't really tell.
Is it still working?
Might be a T-72. I don't know, actually. It looks like it might
It's
not
mangled.
be. I couldn't tell if that was a T-72 or a T-62. I couldn't get a good look at it, but we can see them continuing to knock out Russian positions, clearing them out pretty cleanly.
Is it better to call these like rat dens or snake dens? Which one would it be?
Probably rat dens, maybe.
Yeah, I think snake might be too complimentary. I think I'm more like rat dens at this point.
Yeah, it suggests cunning and stealth, which the Russians have neither. Dude, before you know it, man, we're gonna be on Russian state television by that guy. What's his name, man? You know,
Soliev.
Yeah, Soliev. He's gonna be telling me these Americans need to learn their manners, and I'm gonna be calling the Russians need JDAMs through the like. It's like we're going to teach them a lesson at the Russian state media.
Does that guy still even have a job? Because I remember the last time I saw him, he was like
still
making a
does.
slighted comment toward Putin.
He still does, crazily enough. I think that may have just been like a controlled opposition statement, because he still does those stupid panels where he stands in front of like 8 people, acting like he's the master and they're the students. He still does it. I saw it recently, actually.
It's kind of weird. Putin gave him a pass. He must be good buddies with Putin.
Well, you know, he was able to survive Alabama, so he's generally considered to be above the rest. Man.
They give him a pass because he's such a stupid stuff. They just give him a pass. They say, "Oh, don't worry about him. He's just Sully, you know."
Gherkin, they went after him just for making a slight
Oh.
comment. Surovikin,
That means Gherkin was independent media, wasn't he? He was like more independent than this other guy.
yeah, he pretty much was just running like a vlog or a podcast, so he got had. This guy's running an official state media show, so he can't be had. He's controlled outright.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Gherkin got straight up just screwed. That guy did. He just got mangled. Like Putin put him through the ringer. He's still going through the ringer. I'm surprised he's still in the prison living at this point, because usually Putin would have done away with people at this juncture, like they did. What's his name, Navalny.
Man, the Russians said, "Look, Gherkin, we may not be known for our plumbing, but on you, we're giving you the pipe." Like in there, he was like, "No, please." It's like, bro, they did Gherkin dirty. Honestly, they keep screwing that guy over every day. And it's like, dude, Gherkin was one of Russia's biggest supporters back in 2014, like inside of Ukraine. And that's why he ever held any prominence. He was like pretty much their puppet in occupied Ukraine. Now they put the guy in prison. It's like, man, how times change. But we also got to see the Ukrainians destroying some MTLBs on the southern front. And here's another one. And also we see them hitting a car. We see them smoking and cooking down there, and that's the end of the clip. But a wonderful one to see. Good to see more Russian equipment being destroyed. With that, we're actually going to be moving on up to Kyiv now to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy of Ukraine here on day 1231 of the war. And so, if it loads, and hopefully it will. Oh, look at that. It loaded. Hey, blessings indeed. Without further ado, here's the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Кілька важливих рішень за цей день. Передусім, сьогодні я підписав укази відзначення званням Героя України Назарія Гринцевича та Дмитра Фішера. Також вже підготовлені подання та всі документи щодо Віталія Карвацького. Сам указ по ньому буде по завершенню відповідних експертиз. Важливо, щоб відзначення наших воїнів державними нагородами та спеціальними званнями відбувалося швидше і більш ґрунтовно. На жаль, зараз рідним воїнів та самим воїнам доводиться надто довго очікувати заслужені нагороди, поки тривають різного роду перевірки та бюрократичні процедури. Відповідні посадовці мають прискоритись з цими процесами. Сьогодні провів нараду з нашим військовим командуванням, Головком, Генштаб, Міністерство оборони, також Служба безпеки України щодо ситуації на фронті і наших операцій, у тому числі на російській території. Я вдячний всім підрозділам Сил оборони, Служби безпеки України, наших розвідок за результати утиску на окупанта у блокуванні російської логістики. Сьогодні ж доручив міністру оборони України та Головкому активізувати всі контакти з американською стороною. Ми маємо зараз необхідні політичні заяви та рішення, і потрібно їх якнайшвидше реалізувати для захисту наших людей, для захисту наших позицій. Передусім це стосується протиповітряної оборони, а також всіх інших елементів постачання від Америки. Критичне постачання, від якого залежить порятунок життів наших людей, захист українських міст і сіл. Очікую результатів цих контактів вже найближчим часом. І, зокрема, цього тижня готуємо формати зустрічей наших команд – військових та політичних. Була сьогодні доповідь керівника ГУР щодо вразливих місць, які є у Росії. Ми обговорили і процес обмінів, він триває, реалізація домовленостей ще другої зустрічі у Туреччині. Стараємось звільнити якнайбільше наших людей з російського полону. Була доповідь міністра закордонних справ щодо наради з усіма українськими послами, яка запланована на 21 липня. Визначили чіткі завдання дипломатам і деякі реформаторські кроки в системі Міністерства закордонних справ. Міністр їх представить. Готуємо відчутне розширення можливостей української дипломатії. Говорив сьогодні ж з головою Верховної Ради України. Потрібно ратифікувати угоду про створення трибуналу щодо російської агресії. Також розблокувати підписання закону про множинне громадянство, зафіксувати вихід України з Оттавської конвенції щодо мін. І я вдячний усім народним депутатам України, хто підтримує ці та інші необхідні рішення, і важливо проголосувати щодо них найближчим часом. Ще одне. Ми продовжуємо нашу санкційну роботу в Україні. Сьогодні є пакет санкцій проти компаній з Китаю, які, на жаль, постачають компоненти для російського виробництва зброї, зокрема шахедів. Чіткі докази цього є. Деталі знаходять у збитих шахедах. Ми будемо говорити про це також з нашими партнерами, щоб вони підтримували українські санкції. Є й нове рішення по синхронізації європейських санкцій у нашій юрисдикції. Ще 3 пакети санкцій ЄС повністю чинні в Україні. Будемо і надалі зміцнювати наш тиск. Я дякую всім, хто нам допомагає. Дякую всім, хто з Україною. Слава Україні!
And Heroam
Heroam Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here on day 1,231 of the war. And that is going to be moving us on to the second part of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. Boy, howdy. Y'all hear me say that every night. I'm sure y'all do. And it is an incredibly fun part of the stream. We always have to say that. I do want to make it clear to many, though, that the news, as far as it's going tonight, has ended. We have covered the past 24-hour news so far in the first hour and 55 minutes of the show, and the rest of it we'll be spending getting to talk to y'all about the day's news or whatever y'all would like to talk about. Largely as a thanks for y'all's time and an appreciation for y'all enjoying our news so far. We make sure to spend the end of the show getting to chit chat with all of y'all. So I do thank you all so much once again for watching. I gotta say, folks, it is a little bit crazy settling into our new norm. I don't know about you, Matthew, but it is a little bit wild to see that tonight, which is fairly normal night these days, we almost reached 20,000 live viewers. That sort of a night would have been
Insane,
unheard of
honestly.
a while ago.
Purely insane. Like, it's just hard to believe. I'm glad to see all the new people joining us on the stream, because I think usually, like you said earlier, it was like 8,000 to 9,000 on average. So since the Iran-Israel situation, we've gained a lot of new viewers, and we're glad to have every single one of you.
Yeah, and we are absolutely elated to have every one of y'all. It's really a wonderful thing to see that a lot of people found this channel and decided to stay. And we really do love to know that all of y'all are spending time watching this channel. It's really hard to even wrap one's head around 20,000 people watching. That's an entire stadium of people. I mean, that's your usual football stadium's amount of people, or just a little bit less than that. And it's really crazy to see that so many people are watching. And I really do want to take a moment to let y'all know that while we can only see the numbers, numbers, and we of course don't get to meet and talk to each and every one of y'all, we're happy to have y'all here, because every time I do get to meet one of y'all in one way or another, whether it be real life or through a Discord channel or anything else, it's always interesting to get to talk to and hear the voices and stories of the people who enjoy this channel. I wish I had the time and the ability to meet all of y'all and to give y'all a little bit of time and thanks for watching, but sadly I can't. But I hope that y'all do know from the bottom of both Matthew and my hearts, we greatly appreciate y'all watching, because we put a lot of work and a lot of time into this sort of news, and it's always wonderful to know that it pays off with a lot of people watching our news coverage every night. So a massive thanks to y'all so much once again. And with that in mind, Matthew, take it away. I understand that we have one last question to ask everyone before we get into all of the super chats and live chats themselves. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so we do have a poll to address, and it's on everybody's favorite topic, World War III. And the question says, are we accelerating toward World War III faster than analysts previously predicted? And it looks like 40% of the audience said yes, World War III is about to happen sooner than previously thought, while 34% said no, World War III is a remote possibility, and about 12% said World War III is nearly impossible in the modern era of mutually assured destruction. And I would say, generally speaking, I think World War III is actually speeding up. I'm not saying that to be a warmonger. I'm not saying that to be someone who's a fearmonger either, because I'm a very personal believer in don't worry over things you can't control. If you have no ability to control it, then try to stifle that fear as much as possible, because it's pointless, it's not productive, and none of us can stop World War III. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen without our consent. That's just the way wars work. Nobody ever wants a war. Maybe some people with maybe stocks, maybe they want a war. They have stocks in Raytheon or some defense companies. But other than that, most people that are saying they don't want war because it gets horrible, it gets ugly. And also, World War III would be a time when a draft would be called. And me and the Enforcer are still in draft age. So until I turn 26 years old, I'm still eligible to be called up in the draft. And I definitely don't want a war to happen. Not just because I'll be drafted, but also because other people in my age group would be drafted as well. And I don't want to see my peers getting sent off to a war to get butchered in it, because it's horrific. So it's just a bad reality. But honestly, it seems like it's speeding up. There's so many different fronts opening up at the same time, and so much collaboration between the Axis powers. I really don't see a situation where World War III is nearly impossible, because it's just a bad look, honestly. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but I think the odds are kind of against it at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm actually with the 40% as well. World War III is probably a guarantee at this point. And a lot of y'all will know, especially those of y'all who have been around for years. I've always been the one trying to calm people down, calm down fears, and say, "Oh, it's a long ways away if it'll ever happen." And we've been saying that for years. And I remember I used to say, oh, if it will happen, it's going to be, 7 years from now. And now 3.5 years have passed since I've been saying stuff like that. And it's actually getting to where time is coming nigh. And it's quite clear from all the foreign policy and diplomatic developments, things are certainly starting to change out there. And it's about time that people wake up and realize this is the reality we live in. It's a little bit important for people to know that there's no way that the United States can actually stop a world war. And that's a little bit of a misunderstanding that a lot of people have, is that at the snap of one's fingers of the president, a war can start and a war can stop. That is not how the world works. We have absolutely no control over any other country in the world but our own. We might be able to sanction them. We might be able to tariff them. We might be able to do this, that, and the other. But the reality of the fact is that that is only trying to guide other people's decision-making, but we cannot actually control people's decision-making through those sorts of acts and processes. The only real way that we can do anything is to largely react to whatever happens and dictate the outcome of the event that arises. Kind of like y'all in your real life. You can't really control what happens in your lives either. You could wake up one day and be in perfect health, and the next day one of your kidneys could be failing. You could get in a car crash. You could end up having someone try and fist fight you inside of the middle of a grocery store. You could get fired from your job. You could get a new job that makes even more money. There's a load of things that happen every single day that nobody can ever control. No matter how much power you have, no matter how much ability you think you have to control a situation, everything is largely uncontrollable. And the only thing that you can control is how you or your nation reacts to problems and situations when they arise. And that's what people have to understand. is that if a war is coming, the only thing that we can change is how that war is going to go, whether we win or whether we lose. That's all we can do. So at this moment, I would say that it's important, it's more than imperative for the Western world as a whole to prepare to win the war that's going to come. We can't win it in an outright total war or a total victory like we would have over Nazi Germany or over Imperial Germany and Imperial Japan in World War I and World War II. We cannot do that. But one thing we can do is we can make sure that the conventional forces of Europe, the United States, and the Eastern Asians is so powerful and so strong that any sort of active aggression is met immediately with a practical stone wall of a sort. So that way we can ensure that they never make any ground, so that way when we're having to get into negotiations with them, we are making no concessions. If any concessions are being made, it'll be made by them and not by us. That's the situation that we want to find ourselves in here in the near future. But I would have to say that it's coming around time, and much like Matthew, I'm of draft age. Technically, I will probably not be draftable because of the scoliosis, but honestly, I would be fine if the draft board took me. It's a job that we have to do. It's not a fun one. Wars are scary. Wars are terrifying, and not just for the folks at home. It's especially scary for the people who have to go up to the front and actually fight these things. But if it's a job we have to do, it's a job we have to do. There's no choice in it. There's no say. You can't stick your head in the sand and pretend like it's not happening or pretend like you're not a part of it. This is our time in history. And much like the folks in World War II and the folks in Vietnam and the folks in Korea here in this country that went through hell itself and came back and shaped this country into what it is today, this is our generation and our time, and we have to own what happens in it, even if it's good, bad, or even the ugly. It's what our time requires, and we have to get to doing what we have to do. That is the reality of the situation. And so with that, I hope that does...
Also, Enforcer, before we move on, I want to explain how the U.S. draft system works for fellow youngins in the chat, because a lot of people really don't know how the draft would actually work if it were to happen. So to give y'all an overview for everybody that's in the 20 to 26-year-old age bracket here, which is sort of like generally the age group of the draft would be. So the way it would work is the first men drafted would be the ones turning 20 years old during the calendar year of what's called the draft lottery. They select people through a lottery system. So if your number is selected, you get drafted, and they start drafting people that turn 20 years old first, and then they go 21, 22, 23, and so on. They do them in batches by year that you're turning a certain age. So if for example, I'm 25 years old, so I'll be the fifth group being called, or at least the lottery system would be the fifth group being called for my age group. If you're 26, you're now ineligible for the draft at that point. So generally, that's the way it works. Once you're beyond the age bracket, you can't be drafted at that point. I saw someone saying, I'm 28, can I be drafted? No, you cannot, not unless they change the law. But for now, you couldn't be drafted. But yeah, it works by a lottery system. It's not just random, like they don't just pick people like on a list. They draw like lots or numbers or something. I think like a real lottery to actually pick the numbers, which is kind of weird how that works. But I guess it's the fair way to do it. But I think, how many drafts has there been in the history of the country? Has it just been 2?
There's been quite many. We had one for Vietnam. We had one for World War II. We had one for World War I. We had some for the Civil War. We've had quite a lot. Let me go pull up how many drafts there have been. How many drafts have there been in U.S. history? Let's see. We have actually, We've actually had the draft 6 times in the U.S. in the American Revolution wasn't really technically a draft. There wasn't even a draft board really set up then. But we also had one in the U.S. Civil War, World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. So we've actually had quite a decent amount of drafts in the past. And I see a lot of people saying, well, you know, like no one would ever draft. And I actually saw Crispy say this. Crispy is an old guard, but Crispy said they would never draft because no one wants their lives to be counted on by someone who doesn't really want to be there. And that's in an ideal situation, but in a major conflict like this, one that might be going on for a while and one that might be incurring a good bit of losses, you really can't rely on an entirely volunteer force. You have to start drafting. And the truth of the matter is that while they might not be heavily motivated to be there, at the same time, they don't want to die. Like at the end of the day, their survival mechanisms in their head is going to kick in much like it would in mine or yours or anyone's. And they're going to go, the only way through this is to get out of here alive and do what I have to do. Because that's what you'll find is an answer from a lot of people who went to Vietnam and a lot of people who went to Korea and a lot of people who went to World War II and World War I. When they got drafted, they said, you know, this situation sucks. sucks. I sure as hell don't want to be here, but the only way through is forward, and I've got to try and get out of here alive. So while they might be drafted and they might not be the most enthused to be there, they will do their part and they will fight because there's no other option to do that. But you know, it's an unfortunate situation to be in, but when the nation needs its citizens to serve, we have to serve. I mean, that's just kind of the truth of it. Some people don't like that, but the thing I don't like about that kind of a mindset that some people have, that they'll just avoid a draft, or they won't answer the call of their nation when they need them, is that it's really freeloading, because this nation doesn't exist on a picnic basket. You don't get to enjoy the good times without the bad times, and we don't get to control the bad times, but we have to respond to it when we have to respond to it. And if the country is at war because the Russians chose war and we're just having to respond to it, why in the world would people want to sit there and not fight? We're being attacked. The very heart of our alliance itself is soon to be destroyed. We could be on an island unto ourselves, completely destitute and destroyed. It's like, what kind of a future is that to live for? It's not one to live for, at least in my opinion. You have to go over. You have to do what has to be done. It's not fun. War is not fun at all. I'm not under any illusion of that whatsoever. If you talk to anyone who's ever gone over to war, they'll think about the days they fought till the day they died. They'll have nightmares about it. It's terrifying. It's scary, and it sure as hell is. I will not be one to say that it isn't. But at the same time, if the Russians are going to go to war with us, what choice do we have but to go to war? What choice do we have but to go into the forces if they draft us? We have no choice, because if we're not willing to fight and stand up for our country and the very sphere of influence we've made that helps to keep our country alive and breathing every day. What kind of a world are we willing to live in at all, or what are we willing to fight for at all? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I hope that addresses that well. But it's what you have to do, and you have cowards like Admiral Church who say this dude's cooked, because I say that it's actually worth standing up for your country and fighting for it. But I'm not one to subscribe to this modern, I generally call it weak bitch syndrome, where a whole bunch of dudes want to act like, oh yeah, I'm tough and I'll go and get them. You know, no one messes with me, no one F's with me, and then they let their country get F'd with every day of the week by everyone out there. Might as well get like shit on toilet paper smeared over your forehead every day, the way you let people disrespect in our country. It's just ridiculous, because it's like you are a part of the country. Like the country lives through you. You are a part of it. You're not detached from the country. When the country has something bad happen to it, you are affected in some way or another. That's what the truth of it is. You're not detached from the country. You aren't just some guy out there. You are an American, or you're a Briton, or you're a Frank, or you're a German. You're one of those. You're one of those people in one of those countries. You owe your nation to serve if you have to serve. If our alliance is being attacked, you have to go. There is no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Yeah, it's not a cakewalk, but listen, buddy, no one gets a cakewalk in life. Life is tough, and sometimes life is really tough, and it's really unfair, but you just have to take it with a stiff out the upper lip and get to it.
And also for the people that say, I don't want to fight for this country, I'm not happy with it. Well, surely you'd fight for your loved ones. Like, surely you're not going to let your relatives, like grandparents and things like that, get mowed over by an enemy. I mean, surely not. There is something you'll fight for. And when you go fight, you got to find that motivation to go fight. You can't just be like, oh, well, who cares if we get taken over? Well, then get your ass on a plane and head to Russia right now then, if you feel like that. Like, that's as simple as it gets. Like, the people that say, I'm not going to fight for this country, don't like blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, you're living here, aren't you? It's like you're still living here, and you plan on living here your entire life. So, have some balls and fight for it if you're going to live here. Don't just be a coward.
Yeah, they sit here, these people in this country who say that sort of stuff. They sit here, they drink the water, they eat the food, they get the good paying American jobs, they live a good life compared to most people in the world. Even the people who are in the lowest rung of society here in this country, in terms of income, live lives that in some other countries would be considered to be upper middle class. And then they want to sit there and be spoiled enough to say, oh, if our nation is in peril or under threat from some sort of an outside power, I'm going to be a coward and I'm not going to fight for it. I want to sit here and I want to drink my fancy little drinks from Starbucks and sit in my air-conditioned house with centralized heating and centralized air conditioning and plumbing and running water that's actually safe to drink by most global standards. And I want to sit here and reap all of the benefits of living in this great country, but I will not sit here and shed a single amount of sacrifice, sweat, blood, or tears for the country country that I live in that is mine and no one else's. It's an absolutely ridiculous kind of concept. And I see some people trying to say that this is a certain political thing. No, I've seen this from Republicans and Democrats alike. When you make it far enough into either party, both of them are so disillusioned and so asinine and stupid that they won't even fight for the country that they're endlessly squabbling about politically. Oh, we need to do this in the country. We need to do that. I will go and fight and beat up other Americans because I don't agree with their political beliefs. But if any country tries to actually fight us from outside of the United States, I will roll over onto my belly and let them cut me wide open if it means I don't have to fight them. Like that it's such a stupid philosophy that people have these days. They'd rather fight other Americans because they disagree with them than to fight countries that are actually out for your literal throat. It's just a silly sort of a thing. But beyond that, I hope that addresses that somewhat well. But I am not one to subscribe to weak bitch syndrome. Like if you want to be one of those people, to have at it, but I'm not going to be someone to sit here and say, oh, because war is unpleasurable and it's terrifying and it's scary, I'm not going to fight no matter what. Even if it's a justified fight, I'm not going to fight in it. If the draft board called me, I have no choice, and two, I would more than happily go because the nation's called on me. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. Well, there is actually no next one here. We're actually moving on to our question segment now, and our super chats and our live chat questions as well. So also, by the way, before we jump into our super chats, I saw a question that someone had here that I wanted to answer. Let me go get it real quick. Let's see here. Someone said, where the hell did it go? It was up here somewhere. Let's see here. Someone said in the live chat, they said, guys, if the draft did happen or if you decided to go volunteer in the military, what would be your MOS and what branch would you choose? Sadly, I wish I could call out who asked that, but sadly, I don't have your name handy in front of me right now. But for me personally, I would go for the Air Force and I would go for all source intelligence, just because right now we kind of do like a mini version of that, like a light version. Sadly, though, I don't have access to signals intelligence or things like that. But in the Air Force, though, you get top secret clearance and you get the privilege of having to have access to signals intelligence. So you can analyze all these different sources. That's what they call all source. And you can basically develop briefs like we do in our videos for your commanding officers. So that way they can get good information. And you can also instruct even higher up people in the military about how you'd actually conduct things and what type of activities the adversary nations are taking and things like that. So personally, that would be the MOS I'd be going for in the Air Force. I find that to be very fascinating. Also, it was Cody Fritz. He put in a super chat, by the way. Thank you very much, Cody. I'll get to your super chat later as well and call that off. But that would be what I was going for. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, sadly, the reality is, Matthew, is that in World War II, at least, I know that this was definitely true. In World War II, you couldn't volunteer. Because you know why? Like, this is actually funny. The Army is the only branch that actually, to let you all know, that allows you to pick your job. And after Pearl Harbor in 1941, everyone started to volunteer for the Army. And when they'd volunteer, you know what they do? Well, you can pick your job, and you know what everyone would say?
What?
Logistics sounds nice. I like to be in logistics. And so the Army ended up running into so many people actually getting into the logistics. There were more logistics people than really the rest of the Army combined. So they sat there and went to Congress and said, you have to shut down people volunteering and put us on the draft boards only. We'll call them when we need them. And the Congress said, okay. And they, I think, passed that by congressional resolution in very early 1942. So there was only like a month and a half or 2 month period that existed to where you actually could volunteer for the Army, but most everyone was ending up picking non-combatant positions. I think only 8% of volunteers pick combatant positions like tankmen, artillerymen, or infantry, or something along those lines. So if a real war broke out like that, it could be the case that the Army would go to the draft board and the Congress and say, look, we can't have volunteers because everyone keeps volunteering for the logistical roles and the supporting roles. We need frontline men, so we need to draft them so that way they can't pick. We tell them what they're going into and what they're doing. Because beyond that, the Air Force, the Marines, the Navy, and so on, they kind of let you pick. They let you make a list, but you can pretty much shove the list up your ass because if they don't want you in those jobs, they'll just go and pick one for you. So it's kind of like Santa, pretty please, can I get these presents? And then if none of those presents are available, they're going to go, guess what? You're going to be a pipeline specialist today. And you're going to go, damn it. Like I wanted a cool job.
Well, You know, what's weird is if you go join the U.S. Army, I'm not sure if it's still like this, someone can tell me, but back when I was exploring joining the military about 3, 4 years ago, maybe something like that, the Army would actually guarantee your MOS when you enlisted. So if you picked a job and they told you it was available, you could actually get kind of guaranteed. It's not an absolute guarantee. Like, I want to make that clear, at least according to what I was told, but you're pretty much like a soft guarantee that you're going to get that job. The Air Force, though, with more people trying to get into it, you got to have a dream sheet of which jobs you wanted. So if you wanted to like go into certain like intel jobs, you would pick a bunch of intel jobs and you put them on your dream sheet. And also, I think you can even put a dream sheet for your preferred location where you wanted to be based. But that also depended on what MOS you're going for as well. They would put you in certain bases depending on what job you had. But let's see here. If people saying it's still like that, like I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what the case is, but I remember the Air Force. That was one thing that turned me off the Air Force. I'm like, wait a minute, they're going to sort of like pick your job for you, apparently, if they don't have enough in one position or something. So that was kind of interesting. But yeah, the Army guarantees it, according to my knowledge.
And also, I saw Avari Mandabra say, wouldn't it be more effective to match MOS with skills and experience? Well, that's what most branches go with. Like, most branches give you aptitude tests. And the ASVAB is the, I believe it's the Army Standard Vocational Aptitude Battery, which is their version of the, like, it's pretty much the Armed Forces skills test. But the thing is that the ASVAB just kind of tests general intelligence or kind of like your knack for things, you know. But generally, as far as the aptitude tests go, there's another sort of a deal that they give you where they actually try and test you for your aptitude, or your drill instructors largely gauge your aptitude for certain kinds of jobs or if you have a knack for something or not. So if you're really good with guns and marksmanship, you're probably going into something in the Army like 11 Bravo. Say it was a draft, you're going into the infantry. If you're pretty okay with guns, you might end up in the artillery or as a tank man. Or if you're, say, seem to be a little bit more on the egghead side, like Matthew Me would be, you might get put into something like Army intelligence, or something along those lines. So that, what?
So
So you'll kind of have your job picked for you, especially in the draft. But most of the branches actually go off of that idea of whatever you're most skilled for, that's what they're going to put you in. But with the Army is generally just looking for people to get in, because they like to try and keep it volunteer these days. Well, everyone likes to keep it volunteer these days. But with the Army, because a lot of people don't really want to get into the Army, they make sure, like they always have, to keep it to where you can pick your job. So even if you don't really seem that apt for a job, they really just think, well, he might not be the most skilled at the job, but considering that he's gung-ho for it, he'll learn it and do it as well as someone who might be skilled for it but might not like the job. That's kind of the mindset that the Army works off of for the large part, unless if it's a world war, and then they tell you, screw you, draft board, we'll call your number, and then we'll tell you what job you're getting, and you don't get to pick. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. Also, I saw Andrew Honeycutt ask me earlier, did we have to register for the draft or the selective service? We did, but we don't get a draft card anymore or any sort of a number like that. It was an electronically filed sort of a thing. So we don't get like a draft card or a selective service card or anything like that. Sadly, I wish we did, because it would be pretty cool, but we don't get that anymore. It was all electronic.
like a verification that you did it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you get a verification you did. It's just if you do it at the post office, you get a verification there, I believe. If you do it online, you get a verification that gets sent to your email and you print it and you put it in your filing cabinet in case you ever get a question about it.
Oh, okay. Well, mine must be out in the filing cabinet somewhere. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Also, Dro Leo say, how old are you again, Andrew? Speaking to me. If y'all don't know, my name is actually Andrew, but everyone calls me the Enforcer these days. But I am actually 23 years old, of fine drafting age. And as far as I'd say, sign me up, coach, and put me in. If there's a war with the Russians and it's unavoidable and they're going to start it, put me in. I'm not going to make any buts about it. It's going to be scary, yes, but we got to do it. And life isn't always fun, and life isn't always easy either. And so with that, we are on to the actual question. So what do we got, Matthew?
Also, by the way, I see people. I was asking the live chat what was people's ASVAB scores. I took mine like I think it was actually the same time I was looking to join, like 4 years ago. I took it. I got an 89 on it, and I didn't retake it because I actually took it at the recruiter's office, so I didn't retake it. I just took it once. I had taken it before, though, in high school, and JRTC I'd taken it like 4 or 5 times. I was generally around the same score every single time. The part that always killed me was I don't remember if it was the mechanical knowledge section of the ASVAB or what. It was one of the aptitude sections where it actually asked you to like match like your mechanics knowledge or something. For some reason, that section always tripped me up pretty decent for some reason. I wasn't terrible at it, but it just like messed my score up a little bit. So I can never get into the 90s for some reason over that. But generally, 89 was where I was sitting at. And generally, I think that qualified most people for pretty much any job they wanted at around that range right there. So now, I knew some people that bombed the ASVAB, though. Like some people were like scoring in the 20s. And I was not that I'm not bashing anybody that scored in the 20s, by the way, but it was kind of surprising. I was like, wow, I'm like, if you to be in the 20s, you got to fail like every section almost. So and I think there's actually a score that actually prohibits you from joining the military. You're actually considered not eligible if you can't score above a certain score, I think. I'm not really sure, though.
I think every time I actually only took the ASVAB once, and that was right before I found out I had scoliosis. And then the recruiters treated me like I wasn't even worth talking to because it was 1 degree over the limit. But I just think I scored an 84 or something like that on the ASVAB. It was high enough that it's good enough that, you know, the recruiters would reach out to you. But the problem is that no recruiter ever reached out to me after I asked one of them, hey, do I have scoliosis? It's like they put me on like a blacklist. They were like, this guy is crippled, he cannot join. Like that's pretty much what they were treating me like from that point on. And recruiters wouldn't even talk to me. And you know, if y'all ever ran into recruiters in school, if you're from the South, I'm sure you did, they would always sit there, hey there, kiddo, would you like to join the army? Would you like to do something cool? After they heard I had scoliosis, I would pass by them and be like, what are you doing here? You're like crippled. Get out of here. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, these people are assholes. Like, they're just putting on a front. And that's also something that told me recruiters will lie to your face. And some people had to learn that the hard way. I generally knew that going in. And then after they did that, I was like, damn, they're putting on a whole act in the face around everyone. Like, that's crazy. They're trying to meet that quota so bad. But anyways, with that, I hope that gives a little bit of my story for the ASVAB. But actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if it was an 84 or an 82. It was somewhere in the low 80s. That's all I know these days. I almost forgot the score now. But anyways, with that, I hope that does. Also, someone said ASVAB is 2% higher than IQ. No, because the last time I took an IQ test, it was like 140 or something like that. That's not true. Because if that's
When
true,
you take an IQ test?
What?
When you can take an IQ test?
Hell, man, it was a long time ago. Like, it was remember, that's how I got into like that stupid gifted education program in school.
They told you your IQ off that test?
Yeah, they did. Like our mom was told, and she told me that they said that the GE teacher said that they get all of the scores, and they said that my score was like 140 or something. So you know, I was like, oh, well, that's cool. I've always remembered that number because I was like, damn, 140. Because y'all don't know how the IQ test works, because this is why the ASVAB is not an accurate score. The IQ test works with 100 being the median average, and the median average changes every year, but the median average will always be 100. And you either are higher than that or you're lower than that. If you're lower than that, you're below average intelligence. If you're higher than that, you're above average intelligence. So 100 is considered to be dead average. If you have 100, you're great. But if you're any higher than that, you're above average. And if you're below that, you're below average intelligence. So that's generally how IQ tests works. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, I see a lot of people saying mine's like 160. Let's see. If everyone in here is over 100, then something's wrong, because there should be a decent amount of people who are really close to 100 or a little bit below 100, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I really don't think that IQ means squat, because there's a lot of people out there in government right now that I can tell you have less than 100 IQ, and they somehow made it to the government. So IQ does not mean everything. I can promise you that. But anyways, with that, we are on. Also, someone said average is 92. That's not the way it was designed to work. Average changes every year, but the average will always be 100. So if your average intelligence for that year of testing, you will hit 100. But if it was below 100 and the average is 92, there's something wrong with the test, because it's always supposed to be 100. That's how it was designed. And if y'all don't know, the IQ test was actually designed and first brought forward in France, so that way the French government could pick out the smart ones. So if war broke out, they put the smart ones in the non-shooting positions, and then they put the less than smart ones in the shooting positions. That was generally what it was for, if y'all didn't know. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our super chats, we're jumping into the first one here, which goes to Steve Blanchard. And Steve put in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Steve, for that $50 support, and we appreciate that very much. He said, I've been traveling a lot, and how long will Putin last as the dictator of Russia?
The dictator of Russia, he might last a couple of years until the economy collapses. That's what I'm generally thinking, is that it'll probably take until the economy collapses for the Russian government to go over, for the large part. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think he's going to be removed in a coup. The Yevgeny Prigozhin coup was a failure, and I think that that's generally how any other coup would go until the economy collapsed. And then he would probably have so many detractors against him in the government, they would be able to team up and take him out. So that's what I'm generally thinking. It'll probably be about 2 years from now if he's ever overthrown. And so with that, I thank you for the support. I hope that does answer that question incredibly well. Good question, by the way. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to Celix the Fat yet again, who puts in a 50, and huge shout out to you, Celix, for that support once more. They said the EU has nukes too, and Russia can't fight a nuclear battle with the EU because, one, it's meaningless, two, how many cities in Russia have to be nuked, and opposed to the EU, and at the end of the day, Russia is a third world country pretending to be a superpower.
And I thank you for the support, Celix the Fat, and that is an interesting point. But the thing is that as far as nuclear doctrines work for the French and the British alone, not speaking about the Americans, there has to be some sort of an existential threat, or it has to be a return fire sort of a situation with nuclear weaponry on a tactical level or a strategic level. So the fact that the French territories and the British territories, even if the Russians started a war in Eastern Europe, would not be directly threatened, and there wouldn't be an existential threat to their states, doctrinally they cannot use the nuclear weapons. So it makes sense to say that that is true, but still on the counter, however, it's not that easy. It's not that straightforward to just say, oh, well, you know, we have nukes too, because we generally have to make it fall under some sort of a doctrinal practice, because that's how governmentally, as far as the government apparatuses work in France, Britain, and the US, we justify the orders to fire, is that we have hit these steps. Now that we've made it to this point, we can fire nukes. Because if you can make it to where you can fire them at any time, then there's going to be a decent amount of social issues with that in most countries about what do you mean you could just fire them at any time. The only country that actually has a preemptive fire first policy in the world is North Korea. And that is because they're nuts. But that's really the only country I can see so far. But beyond that, that would be my statement to the nukes. And let's see. And also, as far as cities being nuked, if cities are being nuked, it's the end of the war. Like, that's really the truth of it. Tactical nuclear weapons are used on army groupings. They're not used on cities. If major cities are being hit, like St. Petersburg, Moscow, Berlin, Warsaw, Paris, and London, and a whole bunch of others, that is the end of the war. Everyone's firing off strategic nuclear weapons, and as far as everyone's ability to render any kind of actionable combat, it's going to cease to exist from that point on. So that would that generally is an end of war sort of a thing. We don't even have to get into that question, because at that point the war is over. Everyone's gotten nuked. About a third of everyone's dead within 30 minutes, and about another third will be dead within the first year. So that will leave only a third of everyone in the northern hemisphere left alive after something like that happens. So with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can. But it is true that Russia is pretending to be a superpower. But the only reason anyone ever gives them credence on their pretense of being a superpower is because they have a superpower level of nuclear weapons. But I would agree with you on the last part. Russia is a fake superpower. They're a regional power at best. But I do thank you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. But generally, I would say... I'd say that they still could start a conventional war in Europe, because they'll be looking for diplomatic concessions. Like, that fact never really disappears, no matter whether they're able to win it, lose it, or if nuclear weapons are involved or not. They're going to be starting to look for concessions for the large part throughout the Ukraine war and the rest of Europe. But with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next one. Let's see here. This one is going to go to Deminoek, once again, who puts in a 50. And he said it was worth that answer earlier, and thank you.
And thank you so much for the support, Deminoek. And we are always grateful and thankful for people's support, and I'm glad that I was able to answer your question well, and I hope it was the answer you were generally looking for, or at least a good one. But a big thanks to you once again for supporting the channel and helping it keep on rolling, and thank you for being wildly enthused with the answer. And so a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to, also, by the way, I see people talking about the IQ scores and junk like that. I just want to say this. The IQ scores is not a definitive measure for like people's intelligence, in my opinion. It's a good way to try to get a baseline, but a lot of people that are experts in that field of trying to measure intelligence have literally stated that IQ is only one measure of intelligence. There's a multiple different angles that you can look at it from. Like, for example, someone's emotionally intelligent, if they're just raw intelligent, like, for example, they're good at analyzing patterns and things like that. Some people are not autistic, artistic is the word I was trying to look for there. They're artistic people, and they can do things that other people can't do in a more artistic way of expression. But I see some people getting obsessed with, they're like, I have like this score, I have that score. It really, honestly, in my opinion, doesn't matter very much. If you're able to function normally and you're not like being held back by any problems, then you're pretty much good to go. I think people get way too obsessed with that stuff. It becomes like an obsession for people, trying to like feel like they're more smart than others, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, also really quickly, I got to say this. Like, the chat was filled with people, and I'm not saying that everyone's a liar, but I am going to say this. The chat was filled with people who were like, oh, my IQ's 170, mine's 150. The statistical probability of everyone in the chat having an IQ that high is pretty low, because you can see here, just to quickly explain how the IQ test works, the mean is 100. Most people are going to fall within a range of 85 and 115, and only 2% are going to fall above 130 and below 70. Because if everyone had an IQ that was in the 150s, there is something flawed with the test. The test isn't actually measuring IQ. And also, by the way, I have to say this really quickly. The online IQ tests that are like, how smart are you? Test your IQ. Those are not real IQ tests. Those are made to make you feel good. Like, they're going to give you a high answer no matter what, because they're looking to get you onto their app to make you take the test. Like, a real IQ test is going to be pen and paper. It's going to be done in a more academic kind of a setting, and you get an answer off of that. So if you ever went online and took an IQ test, it was like, you're 190, then it's not true. Not everyone's going to be scoring that high. Most people are going to be scoring within 85 and 115. And I'll be honest with y'all, IQ doesn't mean shit, because everyone, like, because the only reason why I know that my IQ is 140 is because I got put into a program in school that was called gifted education at the time for quote unquote gifted individuals. Out of that whole group of people, that I knew from gifted education, that I was in from second grade to like 8th grade, I think, most of them ended up doing worse than the people who were of quote average intelligence in life. Like, they do terribly. So like, IQ doesn't mean squat. Like, really more so what means something is your aptitude to adapt to a situation and to just work incredibly hard. Honestly, I would say that work ethic provides a lot more in value than just at raw intelligence. Because if you're intelligent and a lazy bastard, you're getting nowhere. Like, it doesn't matter how smart you think you are. Like, if you can't sit down with a book and read it and understand what you're reading, it doesn't matter how high of an intelligence score you got on the IQ test. You're gonna fail at things. So you're not gonna do well.
Yeah.
So.
And for example, here's another thing. I was also in the gifted education program in high school. You had to have over a 130 to get into it. So my IQ was in the 130s. But the catch is this, though. Like, I'm not the smartest person in the world, and I think people that are smart, they generally recognize that fact, that just because you feel intelligent doesn't mean you're intelligent in every aspect. The people that are dumb, they believe they're good at everything, and that makes them by nature dumb. That's what makes a dumb person. But the catch is, like, for example, people that had like technically lower IQs than me, like, for example, they could be mechanics, and they understood everything about mechanics. They could work on, like, for example, trucks, cars, anything, stuff that I couldn't even personally imagine, like, having a grasp of. And they had a technically lower IQ than me. I'm like, okay, so the IQ test's one form of intelligence, but yet there's skills that I can't even master that someone else can that had a lower IQ. That's why it's pointless to me to even get into it, because, you know, like, what's even the point? Like, going around bragging saying, okay, I have a 130 IQ. So what? I mean, you may be good at one thing and you suck at another. It's just the way life works.
And also, man, you know, like, what's funny to me is, like, especially whenever if y'all ever have watched police body cams, one thing that just always drives me crazy, dude, is that the people who ever, like, I guess I don't know, they took the fake test online or they took a real test and they actually got a score, they'll sit there and be like, you can't arrest me. I'm more intelligent than you. I have an IQ of 140. It's like, who gives a shit? You broke the law. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's like, it doesn't matter how smart you are. The law applies the same. It's a statutory thing. It's like, I don't even know why people say that sort of goofy stuff. Honestly, like, as far as I look at it, the IQ test is like a superiority complex sort of a thing. Like, most people want to pretend like they have a high IQ because it means them. It doesn't mean shit. Like it doesn't mean anything at all. Because there are people who technically out there probably scored higher than an IQ on an IQ test than either Matthew and me. And I can promise you that most of the time, you generally can end up beating them with just common knowledge, because they're a little bit too up on themselves, going, "Oh, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I can't get anything wrong." And they're so confident in that they don't even do any research or work. They just pretend like they know everything, and then they're stupid.
I think the IQ test, what it is good for is for if you look at extremes, like for example, not people that fall in like the 80 to 140 range, like forget that. If someone's on the extreme end of the range one way or the other, like extremely low or extremely high, that's when it becomes a more accurate measure. Like if somebody's like a 40 IQ or someone's like a 180 or 200 IQ or something, if it even goes that high, I'm not even sure if it does, then that would probably be a decent way to say, okay, one person is obviously very talented or very intelligent in one regard, and one person is not. That would be a pretty good way to go about it. But the people that start getting like right in the median and they start saying, okay, this person's smarter than the 140, the 120 is less smart than the 140. It's like you're like splitting hairs at that point. That's when it gets really unreliable, in my opinion. And even if you're looking at someone who has like a 40 score or a 180, if the 40 is doing good in their life and they're doing well, and the 180 is doing well in their life and they're succeeding in their own right, then what the hell does it matter what number they got? It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, man, remember in the presidential election when people would be like, "Oh, my IQ is really high." Like, that is any sort of a premise to govern on. It's like, "Oh, so his IQ, like his or her IQ is high, let's vote for him." Like, I don't vote for people on that. That's just kind of a little bit stupid and surface level. Like this, like, okay, so you have a high IQ. It's like, do you still like as far as the Secretary of Defense goes right now, oh, he's really intelligent. It's like, does he know where the Sawalki Gap is? No. It's like, is he really filled out for this role? Probably not. Like, honestly, like, it's like if you can't answer simple questions, like what's EUCOM or NORTHCOM or where's the Sawalki Gap or something like that, it's like, are you really qualified for the job? It's like, no, because you don't even have the surface level knowledge. You might be considered intelligent, might be considered a good presenter, but those are entirely different skills. Those are not cross applicable to being the Secretary of Defense, or being the Secretary of the Navy or any other sort of a department like that. You have to actually have some real topical knowledge on what you're doing or what you're dealing with. Like, I don't know why people do that. Like, people put out goofy stuff in a presidential election, like, what's your IQ? Oh, it's 170. And then you'll bring up a question like, so how are you going to deal with the expensive housing in America? And then they won't have a good answer to it. Like, they'll sit there and say something like, we need to come together and we need to synergize on a solution to expensive housing. And I think that the solution is making it cheaper. And it's like, so how are you going to do that? And it's like, no one has an answer. It's like, no one has it because they don't actually know how to answer it, or their answer is BS and they don't want you to know it. That's also another likely option of that answer, or more so that statement. But anyways, with that, also, BC Mapper, Einstein did not fail in math school. That's actually something that a lot of people put out to make the flunkies feel better, but Einstein excelled in math in school. And he actually, to really quickly explain this, German grading at the time when Einstein was alive actually worked opposite to that of America's, to where a high score in America, like 100, is good. The closer you got to 0, or 1, which I think was the highest score on a German test, the better you did. So to a lot of people in America, it looked like he was flunking. In reality, he was actually excelling well beyond his peers. I don't know where that story came from, though, because I think he also got out of his normal math school and actually went to a university in 8th grade. He didn't drop out or like fail math. He actually was so gifted and talented at it that I believe a university took him on. This was back in like the 1890s and stuff, folks, when you could actually do stuff like that. But he was taken on by a university to go learn math. So the guy was wildly intelligent, like incredibly intelligent for his time. Honestly, I would say he is one of the most intelligent scientists out there that I'd say of still to this day. There's a lot of amazing, bright minds out there right now, but Einstein really is above the rest because I'll be honest with y'all, folks, hot take, I don't really consider Stephen Hawking to be that smart of a guy because all he would do was go on a documentary. And no one ever talk about his formulas or what they proved or anything. He'd just say that he created a brilliant formula, and no one ever really got to hear about what the formula was. It's like we all know about Einstein's theory of relativity and all those sorts of deals. Like, everyone knows about that. It's something that you can actually see, something that people talk about. It's a discovery and achievement that he actually made. And then with Stephen Hawking, it was just kind of like, he created a brilliant formula, and then no one would ever tell you what the formula was or what it did or anything like that, Like, it's like, that's kind of my issue with that one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, like he would come on, dude, every single time on those documentaries, and they'd be like, he did something profound. And you'd be like, okay, it's going to be like Einstein. They're going to tell us what he actually did and what kind of advancements it made for technology, science, and progress. And then he'd just say, I created a brilliant formula. And he wouldn't even explain what it did, like, ever. Like, never. Like, we would never know. I still don't know. What the guy's brilliant formula actually did. Like, I just don't. Like, I know what Einstein did. Like, he was a very integral part in nuclear and atomic technology. But as far as Hawking's, I just don't know. I still do not know. Like, I'd have to go and pull up what he did. I think he worked with something along the lines of black holes and astronomy a little bit, but that's never been explained how that has a practicable, applicable effect on the improvement of humankind. Like, that's kind of my issue with it.
Honestly, the moment that broke me for Stephen Hawking is when he was on that documentary or something I was watching, and it was going like it was real intellectual up to that point. And I was like, oh look, this guy's real smart and stuff like that. It got to one point, and he said something like, learning the formula to the universe was better than having sex. And I was like, what? I was like, what the? I was like, I'm sorry, like, come again? Like, say it one more time.
Well, don't say come again. You might. Like, I was like, well, watch out,
Huh?
Nothing. We'll just leave that one to the records. But beyond that, I don't know, man. Honestly, folks, like, I don't know. Hawkins didn't ring the bells, like as far as like other folks like Einstein did. And also, like, I feel like as far as scientists go, you generally have to create some sort of an applicable effect that improves society. And to that end, I don't know if Hawkins did or didn't. I mean, maybe our understanding of theoreticals of black holes improved a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, what did that actually improve society with? Einstein's knowledge or information, he actually helped out with society. It's for the large part that nuclear technology, nuclear energy exists today. Like, it's like that is a major application. Nikola Tesla, with alternating current, that's a huge thing these days. Like, those are actual scientists and innovators that did profound things, like Rudolf Diesel and Benz. Like, they were very big for what they did.
And like Elon.
Well, let's not. Well, I mean, like, is it really him doing it, or is it the people under him doing it? I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, look. When you think of Apple, technically, Wozniak was the fellow who actually came up with all the programming, and I believe he even helped on the hardware too. He actually probably did more than help. He probably actually helped develop the hardware as well. But he was like the brains behind it. But the guy that got the credit was Steve Jobs. Like, when you think of Apple, you think of Steve. You don't think of Wozniak, even though he probably deserves a hell of a lot more credit.
But with Wozniak though, it's like who are we celebrating? The salesman, or are we celebrating the scientists? I feel like we ought to be celebrating the scientists more than the salesman. The salesmen get all the praise and they get all the glory, but it's really the scientists who are actually making things possible in these kinds of fields. Like, for example, with Edison came up with some of his inventions, but a lot of his inventions were created in Wenlow Park by a team of people. It's like those people ought to be getting a lot more credit than Edison, who was really the salesman for most of the inventions. And it's like Wozniak should be getting a lot more credit than Jobs, because Wozniak was the one really responsible for what Apple is, or largely the technological innovations they made. There's a load of examples like that, and you don't really, like, for example, another thing, Henry Ford gets all the credit for the automobile, but you don't hear of Benz or Rudolf Diesel, both of them important in their own field for internal combustion, getting any credit for the creations that they made that allowed for automobiles to walk, so that way Henry Ford could take them and run and make them affordable. You don't hear about that kind of stuff, and it's really a shame, because it's like like we should respect folks who make things mainstream, like Edison with the light bulb. Like, light bulbs existed before him, but the filaments were short-lived. Edison came up with the first long-lasting filament in a light bulb. That's really what him and his team at Wenlow Park were responsible for. And it's like, that's great, but let's recognize some of the leading innovators in that field that came before him. And with Rudolf Diesel and Benz, it's like they are the ones who are actually responsible for the automobile for the large part, and for really all kinds of internal combustion. It's like they deserve a lot of credit outside of just Henry Ford. but you know,
Man,
you
it's
don't.
just unfortunate throughout history. Like typically, the way it works throughout history, from what I've seen, is the people that actually are the pioneers of innovation in certain categories, and pretty much every category, from what I've seen, the first pioneer to it is usually not the one that gets credit for it. It's usually somebody that comes up after that person, like immediately afterward. And they're a lot more outgoing, a lot more extroverted, and they know how to sell themselves better. So they naturally end up getting the credit for the initial discovery by the person who was more of a, I guess you could say, more of a scientist in what they were doing than necessarily a salesman in what they were doing, which is unfortunate. Most of the time, the people that make these discoveries, they're not necessarily doing it to set out for glory. They're just doing it for like personal curiosity and also to like create something. But they still have to get credit, though, at least in my opinion.
And also, I saw someone say, Ford. Oh, here's the thing about Ford, though. Here's the thing about Ford. Ford did not invent the assembly line. Some people might not know that. So a lot of people are like, Ford invented the assembly line. He didn't. Because Ford actually got his idea for the assembly line from a meat packing plant. Because he went to a meat packing plant. He was friends with the guy who ran the meat packing plant. And he went in there and he saw how they would systematically send a carcass down this line, and they would butcher the carcass, cut off its individual cuts of meat, and then they pack them individually. And he was like, wow, this is just like insanely efficient. What if I took this and tried to take the same concept with this line process and use it to produce automobiles? And so that he did. So he didn't invent the assembly line. He didn't invent the car. But what he did do is that he made cars so cheap that they were accessible to the entirety of the population. And that's why he gets a lot of credit. It's the same thing with Edison. Light bulbs existed before Edison for a couple of decades, but the filaments that they used in them only burned for really short amounts of time, like literally maybe minutes or a couple of hours. So they were pretty much useless. But Edison made it to where it was a longer lasting filament. There are some light bulbs out there actually that were made during that time after Edison's initial breakthrough that are still burning to this day, like 100 or so years later. But those are very rare and they burn very dimly. They're not bright lights at all. But beyond that, with Edison's light bulbs, you're like, wow, it's like actually economical to use these. You don't have to replace the light bulbs every few hours. They last for weeks or months. So we can actually put these out there in mass. And that was really what Edison was successful for. He didn't come up with the filament concept or the light bulb in general. He just found out a way to make the light bulb long enough lasting and able to be produced in a large enough number at an economy of scale that they were cheap. And so he's generally celebrated as the light bulb guy, really just because he was the first guy who was able to get the light bulbs out to the masses. But he wasn't the guy who invented the light bulb or even the filaments that the light bulb uses. But it's really like that with a lot of people. Like most people that you know of, it's like they didn't really come up with the thing. They just took it and actually made it something that was economical and usable, and then they get known for it. But all the other people who did all the baby steps to get that guy to where he could be to kick it off, they don't really get known or they don't really get a lot of recognition. But
Real geniuses with the light bulb mafia, like Blazing Homie was saying, that was the real geniuses. They said, why have a light bulb that'll last these people a long time? Because we're not going to make any cash. So we need to find ways to diminish the lifespan of a light bulb so we can sell more bulbs. That was the beginning of the end right there. To tell you what, that was like, I don't even know what year that was, but that was like the pioneers of like what is it called? Engineered obsolescence, I believe it's called, or something of that nature.
yeah, it is.
Where yeah, it's called that, and it's literally where companies will engineer the obsolescence or the expiration of their product on purpose, so that way they have a recurring customer base, which is obviously good from a business perspective, but terrible for a consumer base, obviously. But I don't know. It's just I'm rabbit holing here.
But you know what's interesting, actually, Matthew, about that is that that's not the only industry that designed obsolescence exists in. The glassware industry is a huge one where designed obsolescence exists because it's the only way they can make money. Because the East Germans, and I think I've told the story before, the East Germans actually created a glass that was pretty much shatterproof called Superfest, and you could literally throw it, and most of the time the glass would survive the impact on anything. Sometimes they break, but that was pretty rare. But beyond that, these glasses would exist forever. They're still used in most parts of former East Germany today because they're still around. But beyond that, the East Germans actually tried to market it and sell it in the Western world. And when they went to a glassmakers convention, I believe it was in France, no one was interested in buying it, and no glass company was interested in even trying to license produce it, because they said, "What is the purpose of creating a glassware that will exist forever because we will not be able to keep our businesses alive and keep making sales if the glasses exist forever. Our sales are going to be non-existent, so there's no point in making that. So that's why most glassware in the West, or really around the world, anywhere, even in communist countries, still to this day, is made generally to be easily broken and fragile, is because you have to have return customers to keep any kind of production or any kind of profits going, to pretty much to incentivize even that whole industry as a whole. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And I was just told by Matthew we have quite a lot of super chats left, and he is right indeed. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Holden. And thank you very much, Holden, for that $50 support. We do appreciate that very much. Unfortunately, your last name it's unpronounceable. I think it might be French. But thank you very much, Holden. They said, I'm better at solving dumb patterns than you are.
I thank you for the support, Holden, and Matthew, that is Jenna, last name Tolles right there. That's Jenna.
Yes, I know.
The last name Tolles. It's good that you didn't read that, because there was another one like that. But beyond that, I got to thank you for the support. I got to say that solving dumb patterns is very important, Holden. You ought to know that. Yeah, I'm just kidding with you, by the way, but a big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Marion Deemer, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $30 support as well. And Marion's an all-time channel legend, just like Holden. And they said, please pray for the folks in Texas, and thank you.
And I would agree. I've actually heard that, unfortunately, the death toll has risen on up to, I think it's about 100 now. It's very sad to hear. But hopefully they'll be able to try and save more lives. I actually heard apparently there's this Coast Guard swimmer out there who has saved about 144 lives from the flooding. Guy's a hero, really. Like, if there was a medal to give to that guy, I think that that some sort of a medal should be given to him of some kind to recognize him for his endless service that he's been conducting in the Coast Guard in support of the flooding and flood recovery. The guy sounds like an absolute hero at this point. But beyond that, outside of that, it's very unfortunate to hear about what's going on in Texas. And I hope that a lot of people do support them in some way, shape, or form through a nonprofit that's operating down there, because I'm sure that they could need all the help they could get at this point, considering how bad it's getting. I hear that apparently it's now getting up to about 107 that have been found dead at this point from the floods.
Yikes. Also, I don't know what the hell is going on with all this flooding around the world. Like New Mexico's flooding, North Carolina's flooding, Texas is flooding, multiple areas, according to what I've seen. And also there's massive flooding happening in Poland as well. And I'm sure that's not the only places, but it's like, I've never seen flooding this bad. I'm not trying to say I'm into conspiracy theories, by the way. It's not like, you know, what's the thing the conspiracy theorists always try to say? It's the government,
the damn weather machine,
or it's HARP or something like that. I'm not saying that, but it just seems like a really bad weather year for floods and things like that. These floods are horrific. Like, I can't remember the last time Texas flooded like that. I think it had to be decades ago, because I don't recall anything like this.
Let's pull up floods in Texas and let's see if we can get a list. Let's see, floods in Texas history. Let's see if we can get something on that.
Also, some people were saying, I see Holden said it's climate change. It very much well could be. It seems like every single year the weather's getting more extreme. I know some people were like, climate change is real or not real, but whatever the case is, the weather's getting more extreme every year, so there's got to be some explanation for it.
They say that climate change actually will make the weather harsher because there's stronger cold fronts coming from the Arctic and the Antarctic every year, and it collides with the warm fronts, and it creates extremely turbulent weather. That's why the hurricane seasons are stronger and they last longer. That's why the tornado seasons are stronger and they're expanding further eastwards. Sort of stuff like that. It generally is because of some form of climate change to some extent, generally. But beyond that, there's actually not a lot of Texas floods, at least that we can see here on this list. There was the 1921 San Antonio floods that was created by a hurricane. There was the 1998 Central Texas floods, which were created because of a heavy rain shower like the one we saw recently. There was the 2007 Texas floods from heavy rains. The 2015 floods and tornado outbreak, which sounds like more heavy storms. And then there was flooding from Hurricane Harvey. Everyone knows that one. And then there was the 2025 Central Texas floods as well. But generally, as far as the historical examples that we have here, if you'll notice, there was not really a lot of floods through the earlier part of the 20th century and the middle part of the 20th century or the 19th century. It appears that most floods that have happened in Texas, at least by the record we're seeing here, have happened in the very latter part of the 20th century and through the 21st century so far, which might be leading credence to the idea that this kind of flooding might have to do with some sort of harsher weather, maybe brought on by climate change. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And also, I see someone saying rivers flooding have nothing to do with climate. Well, I mean, that have a lot to do with climate. I mean, if it's raining a lot more and the rivers are flooding because there's more water from the more rain that's being created because the cold and hot fronts meeting and condensing the water vapor in the air to form rain, I'd say that probably might have something to do a lot with climate change. I know that there's a lot of people out there who do deny climate change, but like, I'm not here to get into the politics of it because for some reason it's a really political thing, but climate change is a fairly real deal. Like, I don't know if a lot of people know that. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, it's never happened before, but there's never been 9 billion people alive on the planet before that are also having to require massive amounts of coal, oil, and all sorts of other things to be burned to keep them warm, to keep them cool, to keep them moving. There's never been this sort of a demand or an output of emissions to move people around in history, like ever. There's never
Also,
been 9 people.
there's just like a normal cycle to climate, right? Like, I'm not saying climate change is real or not real, but there is like a cycle over, I don't know how many years it is, but the Earth goes through different climate like periods throughout history, at least.
Yeah, but as far as things like, for example, the amount of sulfur oxide in the atmosphere, stuff like that, those are measurable things that have never been this high, unless if it was a time prehistoric nearly at this point, from say hundreds of thousands of years ago. The amount of sulfur oxide and stuff in the atmosphere has never been this high. So it's like to say that yes, it does go through normal cycles. That could clearly be seen, but at the same time, with how things are going lately, it's like there has to be something to it, because people will say climate change isn't real, but then everyone knows that microplastics are a thing. So it's like, if we can put so much plastic in the world's water sources, like say the Atlantic, the Pacific, and so on, that when it rains, it's depositing microscopic amounts of plastic in all of the fresh water in the world, why in the world would it be so far away to say that we also might be causing some sort of change in the climate of the earth as a result of our industrial activity as well? I mean, it couldn't be that far to say. I mean, microplastics are real, which I'm sure everyone can agree they are, because it's a scientific discovery that has been incredibly scary to a lot of people recently. If we can emit that much plastic just from the 1960s, when plastic really became a thing, to now, to put that in the entire global water supply to where you can't escape microplastics, why in the world would it be so far away to say that we could also have that same kind of an effect to the Earth's atmosphere and cause slow warming that would end up resulting in the cooling of the ice caps and then more turbulent weather? Like that wouldn't be something that would sound that far away to me, at least, if we put the two together.
Maybe so. I just think I'm sure that like when you have a bunch of emissions from like vehicles putting out all kinds of CO2 and like all the carbon footprint and all that junk, I'm sure that has an effect. But I just wonder. I'm not a climate scientist, so I don't know anything about that to even quote like any stats or data on it. But it seems like that combined with like the natural cycles Earth goes through, that it's kind of hard to say exactly which one it is, because there's like scientists out there will say that global warming is not real. There's some that say it's definitely real and you're crazy for not believing it. There's like two sides of the aisle, even the scientific community, about climate change. So I don't know. Like, to me, I just see a change like overall, and that's kind of what I was running with, honestly.
But but another thing though, like for example with this, like people act like we can't impact anything with the global climate or local atmosphere. I've brought this up before as an example. Back in the 60s, before the EPA existed, which started in the early 70s under Nixon, some of the nation's rivers, especially around major cities, were so polluted sometimes they just catch on fire and burn for days. Well, the actual water would, because it was that contaminated. A lot like in some areas that you'll see these days, is a lot more small scale than it used to be, where there are major fracking operations and people are accessing their tap water from a groundwater table. The water is flammable and can catch on fire. It's that sort of a same thing. It's like, if we can do that, if you can contaminate things like that, why would it be so far away to say that the Chinese, which are one of the biggest they are the biggest polluter in the world right now, might not be emitting so much sulfur oxide and other things in the atmosphere that have a limited small percentage effect on retaining heat or radiation heat that's coming from the sun would actually have an effect. Like it's not that far away for me to say that it would, because it would be a little bit more tough for me to believe that it wouldn't have any effect. Because that's like saying, like, oh well, you can just turn on your car in a closed garage. Carbon monoxide's a myth. Like it's like if you can change the atmosphere in a garage on a very small scale, why wouldn't we be able to do that on a much larger global scale? It just seems like at some point that could be the case.
Maybe so. I was asking our fellow in-house researcher here. I was asking, does the Earth go through climate cycles naturally, or is it climate change? And yes, there are natural climate cycles. It's called the Milankovitch cycle. Changes in Earth's orbit and tilt every 20,000 to 100,000 years affect how sunlight is distributed. So that's a change right there. Solar activity, volcanic activity changes it. Ocean currents change it. But it says here modern climate change is largely human caused, according to the data, or at least that's what ChatGPT claims. So it looks like it's saying that it's a combination of both, but mostly it's because of human interference is what it's saying. But it says 97% of climate scientists agree that modern climate change is primarily due to human activities, such as burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial emissions. So that's what the scientists apparently say, about 97%. So actually, it's a much more larger consensus than I thought.
Yeah, I mean it's a huge one. It's a serious issue for the large part, but it's not one. I want to make this clear. It's not one like some people try and make it, like the people who are full of shit. Like I just want to say this. I'm not one of those people who are gonna be like, oh my god, everyone's gonna be dead in 20 years. Like that doesn't happen. Like it wouldn't even happen if this ended up being unfixable. We would find a way to survive, and we would find a way to generally backtrack it or fix it. But the idea of saying something like, oh, emissions from vehicles could never have an impact on anything, it just doesn't really make all too much sense, because it's like, how in the hell could it not? It's like it has an impact on anything else. I mean, if you have asbestos floating around the air, that's generally not good for your health. The fibers will rip apart your lungs. That's why we rip the asbestos out of everything. So it's like, if we were to say that emitting anything into the atmosphere has no effect, why in the world is that not the case for a million other things like lead or anything else for that matter? It's like that doesn't really make too much sense. It's like
Yeah.
it has to be this, but it's not something where you go, okay, we have to shut down everything and live like hippies for the rest of our life. That would be ridiculous. But at the same time, we do have to understand that this is having an impact, and while it's not going to lead to the destruction of the world, it sure as hell is going to lead to a lot more violent weather scenarios or kind of storm seasons like we're seeing these days. Because it's getting insane. It's getting unreal. Like Tornado Alley is moving over here to Alabama now. It's hardly even in the Midwest anymore. It's over here. It's like, this is nuts. Dealing with Category 3 and Category EF4 tornadoes just ripping through Alabama normally now. It's like, this is insane. This never happened before. Like, it happened here and there, but not like this. There has to be some sort of a change that's happening. So
You know what's way worse than climate change? Something way worse than that. Have you heard of it? You've probably never heard the word. A lot of people don't say it. Have you heard it?
what are you wanting to say? What is it? What kind of an idea is it? Is it Epstein?
There's something they call nuclear warming, much more serious than climate change. I'm telling you what, if they drop a nuclear bomb on your head, you're not going to be in good shape. I can tell you that right now. I can almost assure you that with certainty. It's not good.
And also another thing. Speaking of that, really quickly, it's like one thing that's funny. I just want to say this really quickly is that people who say that kind of stuff these days. I don't know if you'll know this, but back when the EPA was made back in 1973, it was actually a unanimous move. It was presented under the Nixon administration, just to kind of give you all the background behind it. But the Republicans and the Democrats pretty much unanimously voted for the bill that brought forward the EPA. There was no disagreement back then, because a lot of people were living with the real life effects of pollution in the country around those times. Go pull it up and look at it. Like, you will see it, especially in the big cities. It was bad. I mean, it was horrendous. Some people are trying to take it way too far these days. Like with the cows with the methane thing. It's like they fart methane. And it's like, okay, now y'all are getting stupid. But on the other things like industrial waste, industrial pollutants, stuff like that, it's a pretty big thing. I'd have to personally say, like, I'm not one to say I hate coal and I hate petroleum, but at the same time, trying to act ignorant to the kind of impact that it has to burn the stuff is a little bit crazy. Because here's another example, man. All those people who burn the shit at the bases in the Middle East, and they ended up getting all kinds of terrible issues happening to them later, cancers and stuff like that. It's like,
Yeah, the
so
burn pits.
Yeah, if they were burning the shit in the burn pits and it was able to give them cancers and stuff, it's like, why wouldn't industrial waste from burning coal and petroleum, which naturally inhaling those fumes is already toxic, why wouldn't people think that that would dissipate in the air in a very fine film through most of the world eventually and start having adverse health effects?
I mean, but it's the concentration, though. I mean, the guys out there on the bases near the burn pits, they were literally in extremely close proximity to those burn pits. So if you have obviously they're burning it right next to them, the concentration of those fumes are going to be much higher. If then, like for example, an industrial facility outputting stuff into the atmosphere, it's going to disperse.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but still at the same time, though, you see what I'm saying, though. It's like, if you have that much major industrial activity from 9 billion people on the planet, and it's all getting dispersed into the general atmosphere, eventually that's got to have some kind of an impact. It's got to, like the Earth has an ability to generally clean most of that from the atmosphere, but only to some point. It's like it can't go forever. It's the ability isn't limitless. There's some sort of a limit. And it's like I think we've reached it, and it's starting to build up slowly, which is what a lot of people are starting to say, and what a lot of statistics are starting to show.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I just think, and I know it's going to sound, and some people are going to be like, oh, that's so stupid. Me personally, I think this. Right now, climate change is a real problem, at least in my opinion it is, but right now we got more pressing problems. We got the world on the brink of World War III. Not saying we should deny or that we should ignore climate change, but there's some things right now that we should put a little bit more emphasis on, like for example, the wars starting around the world, because if everybody gets nuked, then the climate's not going to mean a hill of beans difference because everybody's going to get nuked. So we probably ought to focus on that primarily at first, get that under control, and we can deal with the climate change after we get that whole situation under control with that, because you don't want to start going so sidetracked on climate change that we start ignoring geopolitics and start diverting tons of money toward this other thing that might not even matter if we're not even living at that point. So that's just my take.
But I mean, Nixon dealt with it, and Reagan did, and Clinton did. I mean, they were all like, hell, you could say that those three guys alone, just speaking of them, not speaking of like all the other ones like H.W. Bush and Carter and all of them, but speaking of the big ones during that time, the EPA existed. They were working towards cleaning up the country and making it less polluted, and at the same time, they were literally dealing with the Soviet Union that was about to kill us every day. It's like, if they were able to do it, why in the world would we say we've got to just put that on hold right now and go do something else? I mean, they were able to handle everything.
We don't have that type anymore.
Well, we need to find them. It's like that's the basic answer. Like we can't be derelict in some duties and then attentive to others. We have to be attentive to all of our duties, and this one is a fairly large one.
Let's see. Miss Deesa said we can do both. Some people might be able to do both. Some people might. It depends on who you got, basically.
But anyways, with that, we will be moving on to the next one to get off of this because this was another deeper rabbit hole.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Waba, who puts in a $25 donation, and thank you very much, Waba, for that support, and of course for being a longtime channel legend as well. And Waba said, the roof is on fire.
And I'd have to say, the roof is on fire for sure. And I got to thank you for the support, Waba, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Duncan VR, another channel legend who put in at 25 as well. And it's good to see you once again, Duncan, and thank you for that support as well. He said, good job on the short war video, Matty, and get a McDonald's burger. I'll be honest with you, Duncan, I haven't been to McDonald's in a minute. Last time they really kind of messed me up with a hamburger that wasn't quite cooked all the way, and they scared me off. I said, I'm not having any more of that McDonald's. I tell you what, they got to cook the burgers through and through before I go back. But anyways, yeah, I just had that one bad hamburger. They've been good every other time. I don't know how the hell you can screw up a McDonald's hamburger because it's literally all automated. Like the grill even presses the burger and everything on the grill. So how that can be screwed up, that's beyond my comprehension. But thank you very much, Duncan, for the compliments about the short war video. I'm glad you liked it. And Enforcer, what say you?
I'd like to thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And Duncan, I don't think Matthew's ever going to get another McDonald's burger. I personally don't think I will either because mine was also undercooked. But Matthew gave me the warning for mine. I cut it open and saw that, and then I threw it away. But beyond that, I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that quite well. And I also saw someone else say, Someone called it global warming. The science wasn't understood back then. Like this whole concept of climate change is a scientific concept that's only evolved over the past few decades. It's kind of like saying, well, back in my day, the radium girls licked the radium with their tongues, and nowadays we say radiation's scary. What the hell's up with this? They're lying. Like, no, like your body will melt. You know, like if you have too much radiation, it just starts to slop right off the bone like a nice cooked rib. So you know, science evolves. Like a lot of people don't get that. Like back in the day, we used to think that bad air was what created illnesses. Now we know it's germ theory. Totally different change in science. For hundreds of years, we went with the whole miasma thing. Now we go with germ theory. You know, and the science will eventually evolve from the germ theory into something that's even more complete understanding than germ theory eventually. But that's just how science works. It's an endless string of scrutiny, evaluation. Some old concepts are thrown out or they evolve. It just kind of is what it is. But saying, you know, the science changed, so the science has to be a lie now, that doesn't really make too much sense because the science has always been changing because our understanding of things keeps improving. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, some people were saying anything can be screwed up. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the inside of a McDonald's, but I've seen how they function. Everything in there is automated. The fries, it's super simple. Rip open the fry bag. They're frozen. You throw them in the basket. You put them in the oil. They got like beepers for everything. The hamburger patties, you take them out of the little package they come in. It's like a cylinder of like hamburger meat, and you just literally throw a puck on the grill, and the whole thing is hydraulic now. It like comes down on the hamburger patty, and it cooks it all the way through from the top and the bottom. I don't know how somebody could screw that up. It's like you throw the patty on the. It's like I don't even know how the hell you screw that up. I don't even know how you would go about. You'd have to be a genius to actually screw that up. Like to find a way to actually mess that up, you'd have to have an IQ of 130 just to mess it up. So I don't even know what the hell. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Holden once again, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Holden, for that support. They said new name, same game. Love genitals.
Hey, and I gotta thank you for your support. And we caught you tonight. We caught you early on the other super chat you sent in. But I do thank you for support and always throwing in some pretty funny names. We get a kick out of them. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Randy Smith, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Randy, as well. He said, if Russia attacks NATO, does that mean nukes will fly?
I would say in the eventuality that we were not able to come up with a diplomatic solution or a ceasefire, yes. But if we were able to come up with a ceasefire, then no. It really just depends on whether we have some competent diplomatic teams in the government or not, and I hope to God that we do. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, I also see some people. I don't know what it is with the whole climate change thing. Climate change is something that people get pissed off about. But I'm just going to leave it at this, folks. If America has the ability, because America can do anything, we put men on the moon, we helped to win the First World War, we pretty much won the Second World War. If we can do anything that this country wants to do, if we can do anything that we want in this country, largely within reason, well, really even out of reason. I mean, landing on the moon was pretty out of reason. We still did it. But if we can do anything in this country, quite literally anything and everything, then why in the world would we not want to improve our common lot by cleaning up the air and cleaning up the surrounding environment? I mean, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, and as long as it isn't hurting the economy or it isn't, destroying jobs, and it's just helping to create jobs and helping to clean things up, what's the harm in it? Like, I just don't really see too much harm in it much at all, as long as it's done within reason, and it's not being done to some insane degree where it destroys American industry and it wipes out millions of jobs. That would be insane. But if you're able to do it slowly and surely and make sure that it's well balanced and well off and it's making the place cleaner, I mean, what would be the issue with it? I don't really see one. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to John Garner, another channel legend who throws in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, John. It's good to see you once again. And he said, LSA rocks.
And LSA, and the LSA does rock. And I gotta thank you for the support, John Garner, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make it possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 15 from Bob Warren. And Bob said, do y'all know which side the old PKK fighters are more closely tied to? And any chance they might cross the border to join in?
The PKK fighters are kind of on their own. They just, the PKK hates the Turks hate the PKK, and as a result of the Turks hating the PKK, they just hate all Kurds. So I would surely say, I don't know whose side they would join in that little fracas that's going on in North Iraq. I have no clue. I would have to largely declare ignorance on that because I don't know a lot about internal Kurdish politics. But with that, I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 15 from Bob Warren once again. He said, nice work debunking the nonsense, fellas. I appreciate you taking the time to properly address those conspiracies with the reality, and silence allows the lies to spread, and understanding is the only way to combat lies.
And I thank you for the support, Bob Warren. And there's always someone out there. I honestly think that a lot of people who are into the conspiracy theories, and, you know, I'm not speaking about climate change, folks, so y'all can have your opinions on that, because I still see a lot of people going, because it costs money, you hit it, like, you know, stuff like that. I'm just going to leave that alone for now. Talking about the Hitler stuff, because that's when the super chat was thrown in. People come up with the craziest conspiracy theories for history. Like, if they actually really cracked open a book and deeply read the real history, everything lines up, all the dots connect, and everything is what it is. It's people who have ignorance of history that sit there and go, oh, it seems like history's written by the victors, and it seems as though the story isn't even real. It's a lie. It's like, yeah, the one that you're being told in, like, elementary school is a lie. It's like history is too complex for a third grader to understand. Like, that's kind of the truth of it. It's like, so yeah, that is a lie. It's a fabricated story. They turn it into a fairy tale. It's not true. It's like, but real history, if you actually go and read it, it's fairly straightforward. And people who say stuff like, oh, Hitler escaped to Argentina and this CIA document said that he did. It's like, whoever wrote that document in the CIA must have been stupid, because he clearly as hell died and there was no way for him to get out, and they never explained how he got out. And they never explained how he just hid amongst the German population like Mengele did to escape to Argentina. Like, no one explained that. And even Mengele ended up popping up later in Argentina, and then they're like, oh yeah, he lived and died down there and then died drowning from a stroke. You know, it's like if Hitler had lived, there would be clear evidence for it. He died in that bunker. They burned him outside, and that was the end of it. But still,
I don't think there's anything wrong with conspiracy theories personally. Like, some conspiracy theories end up turning out to be true, like some of them, and people will claim that they're false for a long time. The only problem I have with conspiracy theories are when people start running with them and claiming that they are 100% correct about the conspiracy theory. Nobody can tell them any different, and they have zero evidence, tangible evidence to back anything up. That's when I have a problem with it. That starts delving into, like, being a nut, like, basically. They know they don't have anything to back it up, but yet they're believing it wholeheartedly, and they'll defend it to the ends of the earth. And they won't just say, look, I don't have evidence for it, but me personally, I believe this is the way it is. They won't say that. They'll start attacking people that disagree with them. That's the lunatics.
Well, I'm not against all conspiracy theories, but ones I'm against are the ones that have no impact on anything. Like, oh, the moon landing's fake, or Hitler didn't die in Berlin, he escaped to Argentina. It's like, what does it matter? Like it's like, one, it doesn't matter, and two, it's like nothing proves that any of that's true. Like, if you want to say something like, I think the CIA is up to some real shady shit, it's like, that's probably true. I mean, you know, they're always going to be up to something like that.
Oh,
you know,
whoa.
Or something like, I think that someone went to that island. Like, that's probably true. Like, you know, there's really nothing to disprove that at the moment, and there's like a lot of things that are looking like that might be the case. But, you know, it's like with other stuff, it's like with history stuff, like the Titanic was trying to kill everyone so that way they wouldn't attack the Fed. It's like, okay, that's a stupid one. It's like, that just doesn't make any sense. Like, if you look at the history of the Titanic and it's sinking, they replaced it with the Olympic, you know, like, it's like none of that's true. It's a lie. It's a fabrication. There's nothing that backs that up. Or other crazy things like, the one where they teleported the U.S. destroyer. I don't know if you ever heard of that one. They did it in World War II. It was like the Philadelphia experiment or something like that. And they were like, oh my God, we can teleport a ship. And then they never did it again. It's like, why wouldn't they? It's like, that would be a huge military development to teleport things and people from place to place. Why wouldn't they have done that again?
Yeah.
And then they say that they
and also, I'll go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you finished.
You know, and then they'll say something conspiracy theory like, well, why the hell wouldn't they have kept developing that to use it? Well, it was just too dangerous and they buried it. It's like, well, hell, they didn't bury the atomic bomb. It's like, you know, that was dangerous enough that when the Tsar bomb was built, they were scared it was going to split the Earth's crust. They didn't hide that one, but they hid the teleporter. It's like, that doesn't even make any sense. But go ahead.
Yeah, and also the people that make a big deal, like, for example, about the security camera footage in the New York jails and stuff like that, like missing a whole minute, like, of the day. Like, I'm like, why are we asking questions about that? I mean, it's just a conspiracy theory. Like, obviously the security footage is going to miss a minute. I mean, that's just the way security cameras work. They always cut minutes out like that. Like, security footage is always known to cut minutes out randomly during the day. Like, especially when there's high profile people in the cell block. You know, all security cameras are designed to do that. Like they naturally go out.
And you know something that's really ridiculous, man? Like, honestly, with like these conspiracy theories, like these people who just don't know shit, they say that the Attorney General of the United States stated that they had the list on their desk a couple of months ago. That's just stupid. She never said that. She said that she had a list on her desk. She didn't say it was that list. I mean, these people have got to get real. I mean, you know, like that the whole thing's a fabrication. He died in the cell. He took himself out, and there's no lists. There's no lists of anyone anywhere. I know that a lot of people were told that there was going to be a list, but that's just bullshit, and y'all made that up. That's just not true. It didn't happen.
Exactly. And also, like, the idea that someone's extorting somebody on an island. I mean, come on, like an island out in the middle of the ocean that somebody's being extorted on. I'm like, please, like, are we really going to delve into these conspiracies like that? Like there's people in our government that went to an island and did some shady stuff and got caught on camera. Like, who's even going to believe that? You know
like,
what
come
I mean?
on, who's going to believe that this rapper guy is going to have like thousands of bottles of baby oil and then he's exploiting people and trying to get blackmail on them, and then to think that some guy would do that on an island in the Bahamas as well. I mean, that sort of stuff's outrageous. I mean, where are the victims at? Like, there's got to be some victims that actually said something about this heinous atrocity if it was done to them, if they lived through it. I mean, there's got to be, like, you know, there's got to be endless evidence. I mean, there's none. There's none. I mean, you know, look, they said that there was going to be some, but they were just saying that because it was kind of a little funny, you know, but there's nothing to this, folks. I mean, it's just better to brush that one under the rug and move on. I mean, there's so much other stuff going on right now, you know, like, why in the hell would anyone focus on that? It's just ridiculous, really. But anyways.
And also, just for the record, by the way, I'm being extremely sarcastic.
Yeah, I am too.
Like, I know some people can't pick up sarcasm when I'm doing it because I'm kind of deadpan with it, but yes, I'm being extremely sarcastic to the 10 out of 10 degree.
We're both being sarcastic about that. There's something up with that one. But anyways, we're going to be moving on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Steve Pat, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Steve Pat, for that support. And he said, shouldn't Russia be focusing on actually winning ground in Ukraine before they try to take on all of Europe?
They don't necessarily have to, because once again, they lean back on the nuclear weapons when they fight a war with NATO. So they don't necessarily have to, but it would probably do them a little bit better. It might show that they have a fighting chance, but the truth is that they'll never be able to do it. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for making this channel possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Germs MRE, who puts in a 10 and said, thank you for what you do.
And thank you for enjoying what we do and supporting this channel so we can keep doing it. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Steve once again. And he said, have you guys ever watched the China show? They mainly debunk Chinese propaganda and shed light on the psyops. And you would do well doing the same thing, but with Russia, if we ever have a period of peace.
I thank you for the support, Steve. I actually have seen that. I don't really watch like a lot of channels that do that sort of stuff. But I have seen them here and there, and they are pretty interesting. But one thing I generally look at with China, though, is the travel videos where people travel around China, where they have to check into the hotels every night or the police come and get them. And generally, sometimes they actually will show you a normal, real place in China that isn't for, you know, it isn't a big, shiny city that the tourists come to, and it looks like hell, and everyone lives in abject poverty out there. So that's what I generally look at. And the best way to compare the success of a country is to compare the rural country people of each country. And if your rural country folk do not have plumbing and air conditioning and, you know, other modern amenities like electricity, generally that country is bad off. And the fact that you see that everyone in America has plumbing, electricity, and generally some sort of air conditioning, and even a car in most families that are considered poor or impoverished, and you do not see any of those things in an impoverished Chinese family, that kind of gives you a good idea of the economic pulse of the country. They're dirt-ass poor over there. Like, that's just kind of the truth of it. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to SSOPM, who puts in a 10 and said, rising phase and peak solar cycles go burr. Everyone on Earth shouldn't have made big decisions during this time.
And I thank you for the support, and hopefully a solar flare doesn't hit us that's really big. There actually was one that hit us about a century and 30 years ago or so, and it actually fried everything. I don't know if y'all know that. Do you know that, Matthew, that there was actually a big enough solar flare that did hit once that it actually burned up all of the telegraph cables in the world?
I think I recall something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it happened, I think, in like the 1870s or the 1880s. But a solar flare did actually hit us that was big enough that it pretty much acted as an EMP and it knocked out all electronic devices on the planet. And it's like, now that is concerning. It's like, what if something like that happened in the middle of a world war? We would be screwed. Like, everyone would be screwed. You would just have to start working on your own at that point for the greater part of it. But anyways, I hope that does address that well. I do thank you for support. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Wan10 Quadruple 8, who puts in a 10. He said, "We are about to get Fallout 5 and a Call of Duty World War 3 before GTA 6. And I don't know, maybe it's time for change. Got to do what we got to do before endless wars and just continue wrecking the world anyways, LSA."
And
Honestly, I'm waiting for Fallout 5. I don't even know when that's coming out. I think Bethesda said they're pushing that back because they're working on some other stuff right now. But Call of Duty World War 3, GTA 6 is going to come out so late, I'm not even going to want to play it at that point. Like, it's been too long. I've been waiting like a decade for GTA 6. It's wild. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I have to say, I'm looking forward to GTA 6. One day, we will eventually get it. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling, because it is folks like you help to make this thing possible. And so with that, also, I found out, Matthew, it was the Carrington event. This is the Carrington event right here. It was actually in the late 1850s, right before the U.S. Civil War. And I think, if I remember correctly, it burned up all of the telegraph cables in the world because they were carrying an electromagnetic pulse from the telegraphs, and it just burned them all up. So they had to relay all of the telegraph cables and everything after that. But this is like the doomsday solar flare. If this happens, everything that runs, like our computers, our phones, stuff like that, if it is on when that solar flare hits, they're getting burned.
Do you know how to protect a device from the electromagnetic radiation from a solar flare? Like, there is one way to protect your devices if it ever happens.
How?
It's called a Faraday cage, and they make it. You can get it actually made into like fabric as well. You can put it into fabric, and if you put your phone in a Faraday shielded bag or something of that nature, it actually blocks the electromagnetic signals and also the frequencies coming into the device, so it protects it completely. You can actually build a Faraday cage as large as a building. Obviously, it would get expensive if you did that, but it's basically a conductive enclosure basically, and it blocks the electromagnetic signals from entering or exiting the bag. So it works both ways. Like, for example, if you put your phone in a Faraday cage, it will not emit the signal, the 5G signal or the 4G signal, whatever it is, from the phone outward. Your phone will lose signal completely inside of a Faraday cage, and it works both ways. So if there's signals coming into the bag, it blocks it, and if it's going out, it blocks it as well.
Interesting. I knew about a Faraday cage, but I didn't know it was able to help out with all of that as well. That's actually pretty neat. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one, also, let's see here. Someone said your phone won't matter. Probably not, honestly. Probably not. But it's a good thought at least. I'm a light prepper, so I have a Faraday bag that I can put my phone in. It's pretty cool. I've experimented with it before. But our next one here goes to Dr. Tops, who puts in a 10. They said China is out of money and they just ended their space program.
And I actually heard about that, and China's starting to run a little thin. But I do thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And also, I saw someone earlier say, well, if the moon landings weren't fake, why did they stop them? Because, like, people who are alive nowadays were alive back then. The same people are bitching out, why are we giving money to these EPA people when we could be spending it on other things? You know, and people were alive back then like that. And so everyone was going, why is the government throwing billions into nothing going to the moon when we could do something else? I don't know why people are so ignorant about this kind of stuff. Like, back in the day, the government never had opposition to anything they ever did, ever. Like, it was in the middle of Vietnam. People freaking hated the U.S. government for everything. And that was a big one, was that they kept blowing money, sending a few people to the moon at a time. And everyone was like, what's the point of this? It makes no sense. So that's why they canceled the program. Like, they had loads of Saturn V's ready to go, but they canceled it and cut all of its funding because people kept complaining about how much it cost and that the money could be used somewhere else better. With that, I hope that has addressed that quite well. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And also, it is womp womp sad to hear that the Chinese just cut out their space program. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm not sure about the exact protocol, but I believe I'm not even sure if you're able to bring your phone into a skiff. You know, like the little the boxes,
No, you're
little like
not.
Connex boxes. You're not even allowed to bring your phone in there. I had heard from one former government official that you could put your phone, like for example, in a Faraday bag and like put it at the front of the skiff or inside the skiff. But I don't even think you're allowed to bring your phone in there. I saw someone mention that in the chat. but yeah, it would block the signals coming out of the phone, but it wouldn't stop a recording device on the phone. Like, for example, if you're trying to record audio or something inside the skiff, which is obviously would defeat the point of a skiff. So I don't even think you can bring your phone in there, actually. It probably can't even go in the door, would be my guess. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat here. This one goes to Tyler Zorak, who puts in a 20. And Tyler said, do you think any of these wars would make a country use a low-yield nuclear weapon against someone?
There's a chance actually that it could result in one, especially if a country's existence is being threatened, or they can make a good argument for that. You could actually see that small tactical weapons, nuclear weapons, are used. So I hope that does address that well. Thank you for the support. And also, man, to answer your question, I actually know some folks who do go into the skiffs, and the answer to that is no. They actually put their phones in some sort of a protected locker outside of the skiff. They're not even allowed to bring them into a skiff.
Interesting. It might be a Faraday cage locker that they're putting them into, maybe outside.
Yeah, because I'm not going to give a lot of details as to who it is. Or
I know who it is.
yeah, you know who it is, but I'm not going to give a lot of details on air as to who they are or what branch of the service they're in. But they are not allowed to bring phones in at all to a skiff in any circumstance. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to NK Production, who puts in a 10. And they said, Russia hit my city, and Lutsk is near Poland again today, likely a warning. And as POTUS vows U.S. weapons for Ukraine, Putin may be signaling he's going to strike supply routes. And what do you think about this?
He may be signaling that, but my response to that, if I was the president of the United States, would just be greater air defense to stop those strikes on supply lines from getting hit. To stop those strikes on the supply lines. That would generally be my answer. Very unfortunate to hear, though, that your city of Lutsk got hit today. Very sorry about that. But I do thank you for the support, and I hope that answers the question well, and hopefully that's what the president of the United States will choose to do, because that would be the best answer to the issue. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Wantan Quadruple 8 once again, who puts in the 10. They said maybe Ukraine should have held off on that awesome semi-trucks with the drones maneuver for us to pull off a nuclear semis maneuver.
Honestly, I think they pulled it off at the right time, and hopefully we'll never have to see any kind of a nuclear maneuver being pulled ever. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one also goes to Wantan, who puts in a 10. He said, to add to the talk earlier, did you guys catch Grok AI going rogue,
Yes.
telling people it was something here? Maybe AI takes over and stops World War III, LSA. Yeah, Grok was going a little bit off the rails earlier today. I saw the Grok AI people, XAI, comment on it. I don't even know what the hell it was coming up with. It was calling itself, some interesting names. I'm not going to repeat them. It was also defending some very despicable people in history as well, and it seemed to be very proud of it. So I'm not sure what's up with that. I did hear yesterday that a ChatGPT version of one of the AI models that OpenAI has tried to replicate itself and tried to basically protect itself after the researchers tried to shut it down. So that's a pretty good sign that AI might be becoming a little bit too intelligent for human needs. But Enforcer, what say you?
Honestly, man, I'd have to say that in my honest opinion, the AI is getting interesting. Spicy, I'd say. Maybe a little too spicy. Maybe they need to tone it down a little. But beyond that, I do thank you for support. Hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I love Open AI. I love ChatGPT. I love those AI systems. I'm a huge fan. Just to make that for the record, I don't want that thing to come get me. But anyways, the next one goes to Just Some Space Cowboy, who puts in a 10. And they said the big problem with the draft nowadays is the number of people born after the year 2000 that were prescribed various medications that disqualify them from service, ADHD, depression, etc. There's such thing as a waiver, my friend. They can have a waiver potentially if it gets desperate enough. I think they could deal with some people with ADHD in there and stuff like that. But you're right, though. Typically, that would be a bar from service unless you could get a waiver. Some of the medications, I think, though, actually permanently bar you from service. You can't even get a waiver for some of them, depending on what you got. But Enforcer, what say you?
The Congress can change the requirements that exclude you from being drafted if it got bad enough, because that's what they do in Russia and Ukraine, is that they just expand the draftable population each time they're running out of manpower. Is that they go, okay, everyone who's on these meds, they can now be drafted, and then they get drafted. So that's generally how it worked. Right now, they can't be drafted, but that's also how it worked in World War II, is that they just kept expanding the draft age until they were drafting people who were like 35 and 40 and stuff eventually. So it can happen. Like, you can eventually draft those people. Not right now, but by congressional authorization, the draft requirements can change and be a lot more inclusive of different types of people. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mac Thomas, who puts into 10. He said, will China invade Taiwan anytime soon?
I would say yes. It's going to probably be before 2032, and right now it's kind of a question as to whether it'll happen before 2028 or after 2038 and up till 2032. But it does look like it will eventually happen here soon on a foreign policy level within the next few years. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to the Wolfman, who puts in a 5. He said, if Russia decides to pick a fight with NATO, Desert Storm will look like a Friday night fish fry. The U.S. Air Force alone can conduct a symphony of destruction.
I would agree to Wolfman, and I don't think a lot of Russians understand that because, well, they got it coming for them if they keep trying. That's all I'll say. But with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that it's addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Andrew Honeycutt. And Andrew said, nuclear weapons represent a sort of, how do you say that?
Sort of Damocles.
Sort of Damocles, as Kennedy once said, that power of destruction represents the specter of using it, and that translates into sphere of influence, capital, correct? LSA.
I thank you for the support, Andrew Honeycutt. You're throwing all the technical terms at us, but I would say that it generally would. Because our sphere of influence, capital, only comes from the power that we can project, and considering that nuclear power is something that nuclear weaponry power is something that the United States is not short in at all, it really is, in a sense, a sort of Damocles. So I hope that answers your question well, Andrew Honeycutt. I do thank you for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jonathan Garcia, who puts in a 5. He said, what do you guys think Belarus feels about this?
They don't. Their opinion don't matter. I don't give a damn.
They don't have a right to think.
I don't give a damn about Lukashenko. He's just lucky to have enough brain cells up there to breathe in that potato-shaped noggin he's got. But to honestly answer your question, instead of just giving like a roast on the Belarusians, I don't really know what they're thinking because they kind of hop around from place to place every day, and I haven't heard from Lukashenko lately enough to actually know what their current thought process is. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, but unfortunately I have to declare ignorance because we haven't gotten a lot of statements recently from the Belarusians on the foreign policy situation. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Nisi, who puts in the 5. They said, I don't even fear World War III anymore. With faith in God and belief in my nation, I'm ready to die if need be for the country. I pray we don't need to, and if we do, we don't have a World War IV. Honestly, I'll say that's not a bad mindset to have right there. Like I was saying earlier, you really can't worry about World War III because what good is that going to do? I know it's a lot easier said than done. Like, fear is not something that you just shut on and off typically. But if you can try to stifle it, try to do that because obviously, the idea of nuclear annihilation or a global conflict obviously should strike fear in people, but you don't want to harp on it, though, because it's just not productive to do that, and we can't control it. And most people wouldn't even be affected by it anyway. It would mainly be, unfortunately, the young people that would get drafted that would be affected by it, and also the people that happen to be serving in the military right now. So, most people don't have to worry too much because the United States is pretty much protected by geography to a large extent. And I doubt it's going to start with nuclear exchanges, is my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that as far as I go, I'd say that's a pretty decent mindset. You can't really be scared of what's coming around the corner. You can be scared of having to deal with it, but you can't really be scared of what's coming around the corner. If it happens, and we have to just deal with it at that point. But a big thanks to you once again for support. And also, man, I saw someone, Ken C56, went off on the 2000s kids. That was an interesting comment. A lot of the 2000s kids are weak and sissies. I don't know if you know this, man,
oh, yeah?
but me and Enforcer Matt are both 2000s kids. So if you're here watching the show right now, you're kind of disproving your comment because you've been enjoying a show that's presented by those same sissies, as you're calling them, for a couple of years now. So, it's a little bit odd with that. And I'll be honest with you, That is like I never go with generational crap, but that is one of the most boomer minded kind of things I've heard recently. Is to just diss on an entire generation. I bet you don't even hardly know any of them. Like I know a lot of people who were in my generation that are great upstanding folks. They work incredibly hard. They don't even fall within the category that you're trying to prescribe to them. I've never heard anything like that before in my life. That's just ridiculous. I mean, hell, a lot of those sissies, as you're calling them, hell, most of the sissies I know that are my age are right now in the armed forces. I'm one of the few that isn't. I even know folks in the Space Force, the Air Force, the Army, the Marines, and I mean, hell, they'll go out there and they'll damn go do whatever the nation needs them to, like anyone else would have in any other generation. I mean, that's one of the goofiest sorts of statements I've ever heard. Why diss on a generation instead of trying to give them some hope, maybe a little bit of encouragement, like your parents would have?
The truth is, if you see any young people these days that were born in the 2000s or even a little bit before then, like even in the 1990s, if you see them doing okay in this modern day environment as badly as the cards are stacked against us at this point, then that's definitely not a sissy. I can guarantee you that, because life's gotten much harder, as most people are aware of, for young people these days. The odds are stacked against young people now. It's hard to afford a house like the boomers used to afford houses. It's hard to make wages that match what the living costs are these days. It's hard to find careers because most of the jobs out there are ghost listings and things like that. And that's not excuses. That's backed up by data. It's a hard environment for young people these days. It's very hard. And that's not an excuse for them just to sit back on the couch and take it easy and, take a handout. But you got to give the young people a little credit these days. If they're making it and they're doing okay these days, they've got some resilience, because it's a tough world these days.
And I see some people trying to diss on the Gen Z population. I don't know what it is, because I'll be honest, I don't really have any ill will towards any generations that came before mine, like the millennials or Gen X or the boomers. And I'll be honest, there's a decent amount of things there to criticize with each of those generations. But I mean, it's the environment that they grew up in. Like boomers think that they're damn geniuses when they lived in the most successful economic period in the country. I mean, it was literally free money for them. They got free money. You could go walk in somewhere and get a job. Like in the first time you tried to get a job, you got one on the spot. You could start working right then and there. That doesn't work anymore like that. Millennials got it tough. I mean, millennials have it tough like Gen Z has it tough. The economy isn't what it used to be. It's a different sort of economy now. It's very competitive, very cutthroat. It's really tough. Things are incredibly expensive. Even compared to just the base income of most Americans, is way more expensive than it used to be. Things are tough. A lot of Gen Z kids don't even live outside of their parents' house because they can't afford it. We're some of the very lucky few that can. And so it's a little bit something, so for people to say, oh, it's so easy for that up and coming generation, because I don't say that for others. Like, it's like for the boomers, it's a great thing that they were born during a great time of economic prosperity. They got to live the good life. Good on them. Like I don't diss on them for it. It's just what it is. But at the same time, I don't know why people make it a habit, like older generations do, crapping on the younger ones. Like I would never crap on the Gen Alpha kids. I mean, those are the future of the country. Why diss the future of your country? It doesn't make any sense to me. I've run into that a lot from older folks where they just, bless you, where they go out of their way to diss on younger generations. And it's why so much of the country has become cynical, because no one ever tries to lift each other up or lift up the up and coming generations of the country and tell them you're the future, the power's in your hands to actually take the country on and lead it on into this next generation. People just shit on each other. Like it's just unreal. Like I don't know why. It's like, have some...
And every generation's got their crazies. Like some people are talking about certain groups of young people. In every generation there's crazies. They, like, for example, I'm not calling the hippies crazy, by the way, but there was hippies back in the day, and that was that generation's version of, oh, that's the fringe right there. It's the hippies. Then there's a fringe today. I'm not going to get into it because everything's political now, and you can't even mention the fringe group without going berserk, and people go like, oh, they go crazy. But the considered young people that are on the fringe these days, there's always a group of people that's on the fringe every single generation, and the people will take that one group and assign that to the entire generation and say, look at these lunatics, they're lunatics. It's like, no, like a lot of young people out there just simply want to get by. They simply want to have a decent life. These days, young people just simply want the basics now. Like, it's hard to get the basics for a lot of young people. They don't want everything. They can't get everything. Like the Ferrari that the young people like all fawn over, like they want a Ferrari, they want some expensive car or something like that. they can't even hope for that. They can all they can hope for is a gallon of milk today because that's about all that the young people can afford at this point is a gallon of milk and just basically to pay the rent.
Man, you know what's funny is that people will sit there and go, "Oh, these kids are obsessed with their damn like their damn phones." Shit, boomers were obsessed with their televisions. People would sit inside all day and watch TV, or they would go out and smoke weed and have sex until they eventually got some kind of a bad STD. It's like I don't like you can come up with a criticism for every single generation of what people would do that was just stupid. I mean, it's stupid nonetheless, but it's like just because it's stupid that you're unfamiliar with doesn't mean that it's stupid, but your stupid wasn't stupid. It's all stupid. It's like yeah, being on your phone 20 hours a day is pretty damn stupid. I'd agree. I'm not one of those people. Like I generally would read or something. It's like or do something else entirely. But still at the same time, it's like stupid. No reason to condemn a whole generation because their stupid's different than yours. It's all stupid. It's just the basic answer. Try and uplift some people. Say something positive to them. Give them some encouragement. I mean, hell, life's tough for everyone. It was tough for y'all. It's tough for them. Say something good to them. Say you're the future of the country or something. Like maybe they'll give them some pride to maybe not delve into stupidity as much and feel like they're a lost generation already. I don't know. But anyways, with that, we're
also people don't understand the honestly, this is something that a lot of people misunderstand. The people that are typically the fringe ones that you look at and you're like, what the hell is wrong with them? Like the people that are fringe. What those people have probably been through in their life has probably been something horrific that caused them to get fringe. Honestly, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Like people are free to live their lives however they want, but at the same time, though, something probably happened in that person's life that caused them to get that way, and the people will like naturally throw a lot of hatred their direction. It's like that's not the answer. It's like throwing hatred that person's direction just because they're on the fringe is not the way to handle it. It's like at least treat the person with respect somewhat as much as possible and treat everybody with respect, and that'll do a lot better than lobbing hatred around just because you disagree with the person, whatever they're doing. It's just some simplistic stuff like that, but it's a lot easier to hate people, especially these days because of social media, and that people get reinforced with it because other people want to jump on the bandwagon. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, I'd agree. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in the 5. And Brian said J-20S would be second seat, and they might need it to pilot an unmanned drone, and the Temu version of our companion drone project that's AI-based.
Maybe actually, that's an interesting prospect. From what we heard though from the PLA's spokespeople, they said that it was a weapons systems operator for weapons on board the aircraft, largely suggesting that's for the internal weapons base. But that actually may be true as well. And so with that, a big thanks to you for support. Thank you for sharing that idea. That's actually a fresh one that I haven't thought of yet. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Joshua A, who puts in a 5. And Joshua said, LSA, or LAS. He said, I've been around for a month now, and your show and coverage is fastly. I've never heard it described that way, but thank you. He said, becoming the go-to for international war news, and congratulations.
And thank you for the kind words of the support, Joshua. We're very happy to hear it, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jesus Crisco, who puts in a 5. He said, leave a like, everybody.
Hey, and leave a like, everyone. Please do. It would be great to see. We've actually gotten up to 200 likes so far tonight. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Tyler Zorak once again. He puts in a 10. He said, America is known as being distant, but then someone brings us into the war and we end it with our massive military superiority.
And that's true. That generally is true for most conflicts, at least the major ones. And I do thank you for the support and sharing that. That's a pretty accurate input, if I'd say so myself. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Pixel Faker, who puts in a 5. They said, I was wondering who was the highest ranking Nazi who escaped after the fall of the regime. And I think it was Adolf Eichmann. And what are your thoughts?
Jeez, I would know actually, because generally I pay attention to the Nazis who paid for their crimes, the ones who got hung at Nuremberg. Hermann Goering, he escaped the noose. He actually ended up offing himself in a cell somehow. No one knows how he did it, but they think there was some guy who actually helped him out with that, like an American helped him out. I don't know, but Mengele wasn't that high ranking. Like he was just an SS guy, like really any other. He just happened to be at Auschwitz and did all of those atrocities. But I can't think, because I'm thinking about all the high level ones that were up near the highest levels that actually were able to speak to Hitler. They were that high up, and pretty much all of them ended up getting caught or ended up getting killed before the war even ended, and then most of them were executed. So I don't really know. Speer did
Heinrich
live.
Mueller.
Who?
Heinrich Mueller. He was the chief of the Gestapo.
Heinrich. Let's see. Let me
It was
look.
either Adolf Eichmann or it was Heinrich Mueller. It was one or the other.
Let's see. I mean, I think he was executed. Yeah, he
No, I don't think
was.
his death was ever confirmed. Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure this guy actually was executed at the Nuremberg trials. Let me check. Oh, wait a minute, no. Let's see. So apparently the head of the German resistance claimed in August of 1945, well after the war was over, that apparently they found the corpse, but it was heavily decayed by that point, so it was really hard to identify his remains. So there's a chance he's dead, but there's also a chance that he may have lived and escaped. So it may actually be Adolf Eichmann. I think that's the best answer I can give, because someone said, well, Speer survived. He was the chief architect of the Nazi Germans, but he survived, but he was held at trial at the Nuremberg trials, and I think he got acquitted, if I'm not mistaken, or he only served a few years in prison and then got out. But he was generally he was held accountable. He didn't get to escape. He actually was in prison after the Nuremberg trials. So I think Adolf Eichmann may be the highest level guy who we can't confirm died or was held accountable at Nuremberg. So he may actually be the one. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least from my knowledge. I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Thad, who puts in a 5. He said, Matt, you have aura. Thanks for reading my nonsense. Well, thank you. I think that's the new modern term for something. I'm not really sure what that means, though. But thank you very much, Thad, for that support, and we appreciate that very much. We also have a 5 from Cody Fritz. And Cody said, if the Enforcer and Enforcer Matt were to join and be drafted, which branch in MOS would y'all prefer to pick in the military? And that was the question I got to earlier, Cody. And thank you very much for that support, and we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you for the support, and I think we generally answered we wouldn't get to pick, but if I had to pick, I probably would pick the Army. Most likely, I don't know what I would actually want to pick in the Army. Honestly, I'd rather have them pick it for me, but I picked the Army. But with that, I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Just Some Space Cowboy, who puts in a 5. And he said, do you think that if Europe had not slashed its defense budget post-Cold War, it might have deterred Russia from invading Ukraine?
I don't think so, because even when the Europeans were strong, it did not stop the Russians from going to war with Chechnya several times. Not that it was a NATO country or ever had any NATO protections or prospects of being in NATO. But even in the 2000s, when most European countries were still incredibly strong, the Russians went to war with Georgia, and Georgia at the time was pursuing or interested in NATO membership. So I don't really think it would have stopped them, because they've had a history in the post-Soviet era of really doing whatever, no matter how strong or how weak anyone was, generally because they knew that there was no political appetite in a lot of these countries to pursue a path of conflict if necessary. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here, also, by the way, I just saw a post on Twitter that apparently Grok is disabled according to South Asia Index after it went rogue and started calling itself Mecca something, and also blamed a certain group of people for chaos in the world. That thing really went berserk. Like, it really went crazy. I just saw some new things that put out. That's wild. Like, the fact that the AI even came up with that's wild. But anyways, jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5. He said, speaking of drafting and recruiting, the 100,000 project was one of the McNamara's best ideas. And look it up if you haven't heard of it, and LSA all the way.
Let's see, the 100,000 project. Let's take a look at it right here. The project by Admiral McNamara. I believe that was, let's see. Oh, let's see here. What is this? Let's see. To recruit soldiers who previously been below military, mental, or medical standards. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, now I remember it. The invalids. Like, that wasn't really the greatest thing. It was an issue. That I would say. I didn't know it by the name, but McNamara wasn't really cooking with this idea, that I'll say. But beyond that, I hope that addresses that well. Thank you for support and sharing that. Not a really good draft sort of a thing, but with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Well, actually, this one goes to the Martian, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Martian.
Hey.
It's literally that Martian.
He's throwing the
that
finger.
Martian flipping people off.
Yeah, he's throwing the finger. Look at that.
Damn, I tell you what, I knew he was vicious, but I didn't know he was like that. He said, you guys ever seen the movie called Conspiracy?
I personally haven't. Matthew, have you?
Oh, no, I haven't. Let me see here. Conspiracy, the movie. I feel like we're living that movie. Um, let's see here. It's a 2001. Oh, okay. It's apparently about the Germans. Let's see here. Delves into the psychology of Nazi officials. I've definitely not seen that one right there. Definitely not.
Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one. I haven't watched it. Generally, I just read about them a lot or watch documentaries on them. Not the History Channel ones; those are service level. But the deeper documentaries, usually made by other YouTubers. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Mr. Hunky Dory, who said Hawking radiation has never been observed since 1974.
Thank you for the support, Mr. Hunky Dory. And I haven't heard about that before. I'll have to look into that. But a big thanks once again. And we're on to the next one.
And we got a 5 from Tyler Zorak, and he said, I can honestly see this escalating into nuclear war using low-yield bombs to send a message.
It's possible. It's possible on the battlefield, tactical nuclear weapons could be used. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from LSA Sergeant Figment, and he said, hit the like button, that's an order.
Hey, and hit the like button from LSA Sergeant Figment. A big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Plazant, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Plazant, for that support as always. And we do appreciate that. We also have a 2 from El Qasser, who said, what battleships would be useful against the Houthis?
Well, the best battleships that could be useful against the Houthis are the ones that drop off the troops. So I'd say LSTs. But that's just my personal opinion, you know? LHDs, LSTs, those sorts of deals, you know? But beyond that, I do thank you for the support. I hope that does answer that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Jeremy Vahil. He said, what about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
It is quite important indeed, I will agree. Big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Keys Wizard, who said, what is your plan if we are nuked here?
My plan,
there is no plan.
My plan is, if I die, I die. That is what it is. Can't really do much about it. If I live, figure it out from there. But there really isn't much of a way to prepare, at least in my opinion. Like, you know, you can be like, oh, I have Band-Aids, you know, and like a little bit of food. But there's not really a way to long-term prepare for nuclear holocaust. It's just, it's going to be a lot more devastating than people could ever comprehend. But with that, I hope, like, it's not going to be doomsday, you know, it's not like the Earth's going to split apart and start drifting off into space. But at the same time, it's going to be devastating enough that pretty much most of modern civilization and what keeps everyone alive is going to cease to exist within minutes. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again for support, and we're on to the next one.
You know, that question was actually asked, believe it or not, in my high school civics class by someone in the class. Someone in the class literally answered those. They said, I would rob every store in the town. That's what they said. They said if a nuke hit, they'd go rob every store in the town and they'd take it back to their house and hoard it. That's what they said. But anyways, I just thought I don't know why that jumped in my head. But anyways, our next one here goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in the 2. They said, how about that mine in Centralia, Pennsylvania? Question mark.
Oh, the burning mine. The mine that burns forever. Yeah, like actually, have you heard about that one, Matthew, in Centralia, Pennsylvania?
I have heard, yes.
Yeah, it's really cool, actually. Like, the mine is still on fire to this day. It's probably going to be on fire for a really, really long time. And you still see a load of the coal mines around here that still exist, and they're still extracting coal. It's really cool. But beyond that, what about it? It's very interesting and very sad that they had to literally raise this community to the ground as a result of that fire. Really unfortunate sort of a thing. But I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to talk about those wonderful smoke fires up there in the mountains in Centralia. But anyways, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Pixel Faker once again, who puts in a 2. They said, would lead protect computers from solar rays?
It might protect them from solar rays, but I don't think it'd protect your neurological synapses. Like, lead is not good to be around for long periods of time. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, especially if you inhale lead. Now, that's a bad thing. If you inhale or eat it, it's terrible for you. Don't eat lead, folks. Don't eat lead paint chips. I know they look tasty, but they're not good for you. I can promise you that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the last super chat of the night, and it's almost an overtime stream now. So what is our last super chat of the night, Matthew?
And this one goes to Mike, who puts in the 2. He said, how long can Putin stay in power at this rate in LSA?
probably a couple of more years if the economy keeps going the way it is in Russia, unless if something changes, and then it might be a lot longer than what we're seeing right now. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, Matthew, it's time for us to get the Morse code decoders and the 3 last live chats of the stream. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the Morse code decoders of the stream were Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garbo, and her royal fluffiness. They said the Morse for tonight says Russia is making it clear that war is coming, whether we want it or not, but we will finish it at LTLSA.
And ding, and the Lee Spring Army Signal Corps got that correct again. A big congratulations to y'all, and a big shout out to all of y'all for continuing to get that correct time and time again. And so with that, it is time for us to move on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Rick, who said, will China face sanctions for supplying arms to Iran?
Most likely not, because of the current economic situation with the Chinese. So the chances are is that they probably won't. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And we're on to the second to last question. Second to last question, I tell you, of the night.
And this one is going to go to Dragon, who said, I wonder if there are any sabotage operations underway to prevent a start to a larger war, and what are your thoughts on that?
There's a high possibility that there probably is. The CIA is always hard at work, but to what extent, we wouldn't know. But I'd say there's probably some operations to that degree somewhere going on right now. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who got in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Gremlins. And they said, do either of you guys get the heebie-jeebies knowing that tens of thousands are watching? Honestly, Gremlins, I used to, like, I'll be honest, I used to, like, a year or two back, I used to be somewhat, and I'm not necessarily nervous before coming on the stream, but I used to be a little bit more, I guess, uptight. I'm not really sure how to describe it, to be honest with you, but I used to come on here not like I am now, but sometimes, yeah, honestly, sometimes I'll just stop and look like at the viewer count, like right now on the stats page, I'll just see like 18,000 and it sinks in like after a while, it's like 18,000 people. It's like, imagine 18,000 people in like a stadium or like a concert hall or something. It's like, that would pack the building and maybe people outside the building too, depending on the size of it. And then I think, damn, that's crazy. Like we've got 18,000 people watching. And then I think we are extremely fortunate to have so many people watching our show. And we're very grateful for it. And it's just, it honestly just sinks in occasionally just how wild it is to have that many people watching on a nightly basis. But very, very grateful. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say it's crazy. Like it's a crazy thing, but I don't really get too freaked out about it. Honestly, I don't really feel anything anymore. Like not to make it sound like I'm going numb. Like not that kind of an answer. Like it's not that kind of an answer. But like I don't really feel like back in the day, just to let y'all know, when we hit our first stream that got up to 50,000 live viewers, I was absolutely ecstatic. I was riding the high of that for about a week because I was like, oh my God, so many people got on and watched. It was like the first stream we ever ran that even got close to 1 million views. I was blown away with that. But the last time we did it, we got up to like 135,000 live viewers. As I think about me saying, I'm kind of going numb. Like it's like that sounded very bad. But when I got up to 135,000, when we got up to 135,000 live viewers in the last stream, where we got almost 2 million views, honestly, it just kind of felt like a normal show to me because I kind of came to the conclusion a while ago that if people like you, they like you, and if people hate you, they're gonna hate you. There's just nothing you can do about it. No reason to panic about it. And the only difference in between having a lot of people on the stream and very little people on the stream is that on a big night, a lot of people are going to like you and some people are going to hate you. Well, actually, a lot of people are going to like you and a lot of people are going to hate you. And on a normal night where we get normal viewership, some people are going to like you and some people are going to hate you. It's only a difference in the volume of people who are being introduced to you and largely liking you or hating you off of the bat. So that's really what I came down to. So it doesn't really freak me out all too much to think about it. But whenever I think about the crowd of people that would be present, it's a real big kind of a confidence booster because it's like, hell, we talk to literal stadiums of people most nights these days in just the numbers. So it's like, hell, you could go out. I could honestly go out in front of a crowd of people and just be like, hey, everyone, how y'all doing? And it really wouldn't bother me too much because in my mind, I've already gotten mentally in my mind, I'm like, there are 20,000 real people here right now. We might not see them, but it's an actual crowd that we are, speaking in front of. Like, there's 7.2 thousand people here right now. It would be crazy to see those kinds of numbers of people in person, but I don't really think I'd be too nervous about it, to be entirely honest, because I've kind of gotten used to it through here. I say that, though, until I try and do it, and then I'm like, damn, this is actually
man,
crazy.
you remember that? You remember the podcast, like the whole, like, the energy it took to, like, stay on camera for that long and things like that? I mean, I don't know. Like, in person, I think it'd be a different ball game. Like, we could function, but I have the feeling we'd be missing a little bit of 10% of our edge that we have here on the stream, I think.
Maybe. We would have to
It would
see
take time to
one day.
grow into it.
We'd have to see one day for sure, because I think our channel's getting big enough now that if we ran a fan meet anywhere, like, where we did like an event, I think a lot of people would show up. So one day we'll find out. But I don't know when that'll be. Maybe it'll be eventually. I don't really know. But with that, I do thank you all so much once again for watching, and we've reached the end of tonight's stream. If y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have y'all, so that way one day we can learn whether or not I'm right or not, as to whether or not I'd be panicked about that. A huge crowd of people seeing us in person. But beyond that, I do thank you all so much once again for enjoying tonight's stream. If y'all did enjoy, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, and Slava Ukraini, and long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all for watching once again tonight. And a huge shout out to all 164,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. And we will see you all tomorrow on the Short War video midday. Because I have a feeling there will be one out tomorrow, because the news is going berserk today, and it probably will be tomorrow as well. So the Enforcer will be bringing that video to you tomorrow. And also, we'll see you all at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, or tomorrow night, on the stream as well. But with that, Slava Ukraine, here I'm Slava. Get some rest, and good night.
Future